Alright. Maybe I can get this other radio programmed with the cord. Kind of freaking pain in the ass. Oh, you know what? I think I'm missing part of the cover on that radio. Never thought about it. But I think there was a black piece that went over the side of the inside of the radio. DMR is going strong. I need to find the power supply for my what you call it? What's up, Pat Master? Let's see, soldering up radios and programming radios and trying to get this APRS to work. It's pretty loud, actually. Is that like? Oh. So I'm picking up APRS beacons right now. It actually gives the call sign and like certain information. I guess you can like select that person. It says they're 149 kilometers away. You can send them a message. I haven't figured out how to do any of that. I'm gonna go see if my actual APRS SAT-FI is actually working, which I don't think it is. I wonder if like I put my call sign in there wrong or something. I got Chirp. I was using Chirp on one of them, but I also had to use the custom software. That was for the UV5R. But now I'm going to go and... My other radio is picking me up. Wow. Look at that right there. Okay. I'm on my APRS on this radio. But for some reason, I'm not on APRS.FI. Well, that is pretty weird. So it'll do, and it says the 7, so everything's correct. I don't know how to exit out of it. The hell? We turn it off. Alright. Anyway. That's weird. Oh, well, you need to. It's fun. Well, let's get this radio programmed, I think. Radio, download from the radio. We don't want a Bofang. It's a TID radio. This one's got APRS in it too. And I don't see that it's being supported yet. The H8. Where's the software for the H9? Let's see if it reads it. I seem to remember. I might not have even selected the right COM port. Bugs flying around here. Unplug your cable and click OK. Unable to be determined your port. Comport 5. Yeah, that was the one I had. So this radio is not supported by Chirp. Interesting. So much for programming that one. Very. Let's go ahead and unplug that thing. Well, this radio's been out for a while. I think it came out in the beginning of the year. But maybe it didn't. I don't know. It's another overpriced, really kind of cheapy radio. I don't really like it that much. This one, actually, I thought was no good when I got it. It smelled burnt. And it was getting hot. And now, after I had the other radio fail on me after 7 months, I'm thinking about opening this one up to take a look and see, because there's probably something bad in it. But anyway, what do we got? KG0KM. Now I cannot pick up any APRS on the walkie-talkie antenna. I am not picking anything up here. I don't know. Let's... I guess maybe I'm just not getting into the repeater. Huh. What are these, weather stations? Huh. Where the hell is that? That's gotta be like... it's near the Verde River. Oh, that's probably like... No, that's the other... What the hell is that? That's before Paulden, after Chino Valley. But I can't figure out why I'm not showing up on this damn map. Ugh. Maybe I'm just not putting out enough power. Says, would you like to reply? Reply to a new message? I didn't know you could even do that. Well, let's see if it says any information on this radio that makes sense. It's reporting oh, you know what? I think my call sign is spelled wrong. It's a U instead of a V. Because it looks funny on that radio. Watch this. Let's see what happens. Yeah. I bet you that's what it is. The whole time I'm thinking this stupid thing ain't fucking working. Look at my fucking wrong call sign. Oh my god. I don't know where I put a fictitious location. And it puts me right out here in the middle of the fucking water. Look, I'm on a boat, man. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Oh, you don't see the map. Hold on. This is hilarious. I put something incorrect for the location. But, oh, that's fucking funny. Okay. Info. Their U looks like a V, and that's how it got screwed up. Alright, let's see. Ha ha! That's hilarious. Says DM34, but something's not right. I think it's because it's supposed to be -11. This is funny stuff. All right, let's. I gotta reprogram this fucking radio. I could probably. I wonder if I can do it from the. No, I don't know if I can. Exit. Let me see if I can get this radio to stop. And APRS switch off. Okay. This is a lot easier than my other radio where I just can't get it to stop or do anything. Alright, so APRS. My call sign is wrong. That's hilarious. This is really hard to... This radio is so annoying because... They don't put letters on the keypad. So you need to look at another radio like this one to figure out what letters they are. Okay. Oh, okay. That does that. Okay. Yeah, the V looks like a U. I mean, the U looks like a V. That's hilarious. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to change the I don't want to reply. Okay. It's really hard to do anything with this thing when it keeps transmitting. Manual position, latitude, longitude, and I'm not really sure. Oh god, it's so annoying. So I don't know if this is supposed to be west or east. Light's definitely corrected my call sign. You can't just hold the button down. It's really ridiculous. I've got to go 111 times. No. Okay. Well, I can try and do. I can try and turn it on. We gotta go to GNSS, which is like some other deal. GNS is positioning, which I don't think it'll do it from the desk over here, but it might. God, this radio here is crazy. That how did they get the screen so crooked? Like you look at the screen and you can't see the bottom corner of it. It's hard to show, but screen is tilted. It's just crooked. I'm like, God damn. The quality control on some of these radios is like pretty questionable. This radio here, I wonder if I open it up if I can correct the screen layout. The other thing, I need to change this thing. Yeah. Their radios are not good. I mean, they make some tempting radios, but every single one I've had, they have not been all that great. And the only thing worse than them is TalkPod. Those TalkPod radios they had, those were absolutely horrible. I need to get out of this menu. I need to APRS, Beacon TX, exit, Beacon interval, once a minute, not every 30 seconds. There we go. Let's see if it will update my location. Alright, let's see if we moved. They're still out in the ocean. I don't know if you saw my video, Pat. I fixed a broken Baofeng. This one right here. The radio would just stop working while I was talking, and I'm like, turn it on, it would come back on later on, and then it'd work fine for days, and then it would do it again. It did it like 3 times, and then it never came back on. And so I looked up the radio, and like, oh, I bought it in January. No warranty from anybody. Contacted Baofeng. They said, no, you didn't buy it from us. We offer a 1-year warranty for people that buy direct. But Amazon and these companies say there's a 1-year warranty on this product. Yeah, that's only if you buy it from the manufacturer. If you buy it from somebody else, you know, then there's no warranty. Anyway, so I decided to tear it apart. And I found out there's a P-junction MOSFET that's literally sitting there just kind of cooked. And what it does is, when the switch opens and closes, it controls that little MOSFET, and that's what handles all the power from the battery going into the buck boost converter. And I used Google Lens to try and identify what it was, and I had no idea in the past that Google Lens was giving these little things that it was actually AI. And then I realized, oh, I could actually feed it more information, and it would tell me even more stuff. So I basically figured out what the circuit was and what the industrial equivalent was to the unidentifiable device. And then it gave me the option of like buying a really common one off Amazon where you could get like 50 of them for like $6. Or it said, maybe you have an old broken motherboard or Wi-Fi router. These are very common on those boards. And I started to go through my stuff, and I have a bunch of laptop battery packs that I've taken apart. And I thought, let me look at those. Sure enough, but like the first 4 or 5 that I looked at were all N-junction type MOSFETs, not P. And I finally found this one, and they're like, this is an upgrade. This is 8 amps. And the original one, I don't know what it was, but they just said it was like an upgrade. And you could tell it was slightly bigger, but not by a lot. It was the, what they call the SO23 or something. So it's pretty small. And then it says, telling me all this other stuff. So I tried to remove it with a soldering iron, and I said to hell with it, I'm going to use my hot air rework station. And so I took it off, but that thing scares me because I'm worried about damaging boards and stuff. So I cleaned up the other board and put the new device on there, and I tried to do it with a soldering iron, And I'm like, you know what? This ain't working. Let's use the hot air. And I mean, I heated it up just a little bit and just floated right into place. And it was a little bit crooked, but I was just like, holy shit, that was too fucking easy. And I went to go try and power it up, and it wouldn't come on. Well, what I didn't realize was because it was hot. And I waited a couple of minutes, and all of a sudden, boom, it worked. So, but before I did all that, I tested some stuff, and I bypassed some stuff to make sure it was going to work. Because all it is the MOSFET acts as a switch. That way the little knob at the top isn't carrying any kind of current, because it's actually being fed by a ribbon wire. So anyway, I probably haven't been that happy in a long time, because I mean, like, this was above and beyond like my pay grade for being able to fix something with surface mount components. I was just like, wow, I can't believe I actually just did that. I started at 8:30 in the morning, and my radio was working at about 11:30. So I did tear it apart at night, and then come out here in the morning after dropping the kids off at school. And I mean, I thought, I was just pissed. I was like, shit, I spent $60 fucking plus on a radio, and that's the one that dies. Because I bought a lot of radios, and they're usually, you know, around $20 or less. But anyway, it's working, and I can't believe I actually fixed it. Let's see if we get a different location here. We're just above Hawaii, in the hurricane zone. I'll have to shut the radio off and get a GPS lock. Just I gotta take the antenna off of it. I'm using my big antenna, which means everybody's gonna be picking up that signal. I like this radio though, man. Yeah, it's I just wish it didn't have the stupid Motorola type plug. I just want a Kenwood K plug. Keep it simple. It is waterproof though. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta get the GPS locked. Let's see how quick it picks it up. So it's got lock. I got it outside. Let's see what we get. It'll show like I traveled like really far. That's absolutely funny. Not moving. Maybe I just gotta research it. Okay, I can hear it on that radio. It's still, it must be set to manual still. The 34 north, 11 west. .33 north. .10 west. Yeah, I see. I gotta go out there and there's mosquitoes. So, but it should already have GPS log. Okay. So, with this, I should be able to okay. GNS set and I'm gonna put auto for TX type. 1 minute. Latitude and longitude is 00 now on that one. Let's see. Yeah. It says I'm going 20 kilometers an hour. Pretty fast. But I haven't seen the mosquitoes this bad in I don't know how long. Really bad. Hey, look, we moved. What the hell? Well, first it had me over here. Where am I at? Maybe they'll go, hey, that's that retarded YouTube guy. Okay, it gives my location here. 5,049 feet. Latitude 34 degrees. Oh, it's the 34 degrees and 35 feet and 41 inches north. Yeah, so it's the other number that probably matters. Let's see. We have the show all. No. Well, let's see how detailed it gets. Because usually they're pretty far off. It has me at the wrong location. I'm off by a few houses or so. I think. Yeah. Well, they're interesting. It shows this house here has a garage behind it. And normally it shows that mine does too. But it doesn't show it in this one. Like it shows a few houses that have buildings behind them. So it is actually showing me in the right location. Close enough for government work for sure. How hard is that to do with the UVK5? Because I think, so with this radio, it has a TNC in it. And like you could get one of those all-in-one cable plugs, and it would just connect your radio to your phone. And then you could do it that way. $9.35. I gotta go get something to eat. Trying to think of what I should eat. I probably don't need to eat, but I didn't even turn the radio on. It's been really sad because it's like I just got a couple of radios I really wanted for a long time, and they, just been sitting here just not using them because there's nobody I want to talk to on HF. I'm not really in the mood to chase DX. Oh, I don't have an antenna hooked up. We have bad weather, so the antenna is disconnected. Well, now that I've got that APRS thing going, and I know it works, that's cool. Interesting. So you can send messages from this thing. But I'm only picking up weather station beacons. APRS beacon. And these have like weird IDs. GNS auto TXing. I don't know what the heck that really means. Point to point. One new. Huh. What the hell was I doing? Oh, I was going to hook up the thing. Let's see, what do you got there? Hamskey.com. Oh boy. You know I have that radio, so. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's fucking awesome. Now, you don't actually need a GPS module to use APRS. I mean, there's a lot more to it than just that. I thought APRS stood for Automatic Position Reporting System, but it's Automatic Packet, not Position. So, this will just work, right? I mean, it'll just, that should just work. Okay, I wonder if I have it already in there. Because this is like 2 years old. So how do you get it on there? Do you have to, what do you have to run? I'm on EG Zoomer version 0.22. And I think I actually had seen it on there before. What's nice about these radios is you can read them outside. CEC firmware, I never even heard of that one. I'm looking to see if there was anything. I haven't done anything with this radio for a really long time. And the one thing I couldn't stand about this thing was the scan list bullshit. I'm just looking through it to see. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like it. Yeah, I mean, these are, they're actually really good because they have a large screen that's capable of rendering way more information than a UV5R, and it can be seen outside. I have not been able to get 900 megahertz to work on it, though. So, let's see, Ham's Key. Okay. That's pretty cool. All you have to do is enter the coordinates as they appear on your GPS or Google Maps. Yeah. That's pretty cool. I don't know what a digi repeater does, just does the same shit over and over. Wow. This is pretty cool. Continuously transmit all text entered. Interesting. Wow. Is that a different version than this thing? Let me see. January 2024. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that for sure. It's pretty cool. Oh, shit, I forgot the box wine hat. They finally got him on Broadcastify again. Of course, now I have a an Echolink node, or not Echolink, All-Star node, so I can catch them on there too. I even got on.
Now the box is just all open. There's wires going all over the place, so I need to button it up eventually. But I think it'll do for now. I had a really good day. I took my mom over to the eye surgeon, and she got a new bionic eye, $6 million eye. No, she got cataract.
I'd like to see if they got like something newer.
So, yeah, so she's been taking it easy, relaxing, and I've been just taking care of her, watching her, and doing some stuff around here. Been decluttering.
Yeah, I gotta go eat something.
I've only been here just a little over 24 hours, and I already feel like I've just been so productive. I spent the day today decluttering the Chicago Spy radio room, which happens to be teenage Amy's bedroom, or was, so that's exciting. And yeah, so just been kind of taking it, enjoying the mid to late summer dog days of summer here in Chicago. It's super charming. Cicadas are going wild. Just reminds me that we just have no bugs. There are no insects in Seattle. I'm sorry. Not like in the Midwest. So that's been fun. And I found some notes here. I found like a to-do list, which I'm going to read here. Item number 1 says, ask Paul about 8mm projector. Which Paul? I don't know. 2, find out about rush tickets. What are chances? 3, try to fit backpack into luggage. Tent, sleep bag. And I don't know when this was written, but it was written a while ago. Because it has the date of Friday, 28th June. Ooh, I can go back in the calendar and find when 28th June was a Friday. Apparently I had a flight at 16:40 from MDW Midway Airport, which was a while ago, because I stopped flying in and out of Midway from the more civilized of the Chicago airports a long time ago. With that, I'll say KD9IQX back to net.
Amy, thank you for checking in. And I was like, well, we're actually in Seattle not that long ago, but yeah, who knows? I'm curious how long ago that was from. But thank you for checking in. I'm glad that I hope that your mom heals fast. I think it's wonderful that you can fix those sort of things these days. My dad had cataract surgery, and his eyesight is so good now. Probably better than mine, to be honest. And yeah, I love how few bugs we have in the Seattle area. I lived in Tennessee for a while. We had Asian tiger mosquitoes. There was no time of day from spring until late fall you could go outside without getting bit by a mosquito, and usually a lot of them. When I first lived there, I lived actually near a swamp. It happened. So yeah, I really enjoy being like, mosquitoes or mosquitoes. So I hope you survive your time in the Midwest and you have a good time and then make it back here safely. Next up is K9, Mike, Sierra, X-Ray. Mark, how are you this evening?
I'm good, Matt. Thank you very much. Yes, it's K9 and FX. And yeah, I just wanted to comment earlier for Joan there. I guess you listened to her analog record and their story. I'm an old record guy myself, and the LPs are just better than any of the digital stuff because it's just better music, I think. And yeah, I'm played in bands all my life, and yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun to play that analog stuff. I have Marshall, of course, and I have all analog pedals. I don't have any digital pedals. I think maybe one digital pedal. Of course, assemble, I guess, is called as a digital pedal. So yes, I've got even an old phase shift from the 70s that I use, and it's excellent. Way better than any of the new phase shift pedals that they have in digital. I'm going to use that real quick. So, yes, I appreciate the LP, and just learned some new songs myself. After playing guitar for over 55 years, I just learned from Avalon, and yeah, that's fun. It's just fun playing that stuff. So we finished up our next podcast that we're going to be doing, and for the W9ATG Facebook website. The next podcast will be on Monday, the 24th, and it's on Ecom, No Box. And so yeah, definitely check that out. The other one that's sister is it's Ecom, but it's Go Bags, and it's already out there. So let's put a new thing out there for that, so you can download a list of items that you may want to put in your Go Bag, and we found it worked very well, so you can download that as well. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here and get some sleep, hopefully. And yeah, I really enjoyed the talk about LPs and stuff like that. You guys do a great job here on PSRC, so good job. Take care of that, and this is Mark, and I'll be back to you, KD9MSX, back to that.
Mark, thanks for checking in, and thank you and the various resources you guys have been putting together. I think that's wonderful. And man, if I had pure radios, if I were going to the office, having an analog pedal collection sounds nice. I have one digital pedal. It's like an effects processor and stuff, and it's not as amazing as an analog pedal, but also just one, and it takes up that much space. And so I can make space for all the radio gear that I have to turn around the office. I was in a meeting the other day, and someone was like, are those a whole bunch of like walkie-talkies behind you? And I counted them, and there were 9 behind me, and those are just the ones behind me, not the ones that were not visible from the cameras. Anyways, yeah, I guess they'll have our opinion. Thanks for checking in, Mark. I hope that you have a wonderful night. Next up is KM7HHA. I think it was Kate, Kilo Alpha Tango Echo. Please correct me on the name if I'm incorrect. The floor is yours. How are you this evening? I'm doing. It was pretty slow. Getting home instead of going out with
Looks like the weather's gonna change. Ugh. How is Broadcastify? Don't they rely on the scanner feed?
And it's brown sugar, and it turned out pretty good. I don't think I'm quite old enough to put vinegar in it, which would have been historically accurate. But,
Oh, I gotta hook my antenna up.
I found Andrew was having fun doing the experiment. So, good. Anyway, 097, Hotel Alpha, Kate, back it up. Thanks for that, and I feel like that definitely, like, re-spins the old thing when, like, you frozen one and something. Dog days of summer, it's a good time for it, and it's been warm, so, thank you for checking in to that. Next up is KC78XM. Sean, how are you?
Well, let's see. Sean is cooking. Fine. It was nice today, although it was kind of hot. I will say it was interesting. There was a bit of a breeze, not much fun, but there was a little bit. And then I realized I had also built up
Got my antenna hooked up.
interesting. And it still hasn't chilled out yet. I count on it to do it any time, but it hasn't done it yet. However, I did succeed in one job today. That shelf I've been working on for several days.
On a good day, even with an omnidirectional emitter antenna, horizontal antenna, I was able to, something worked out to as far as solar transit, about 400 miles. I think it's, you guys, I know when I was in San Diego, they have ducting, or, a little bit of ducting going on with some, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. Anyway, some tropo ducting out towards the line. I didn't really know about VHF except for that when I was in San Diego when I was in the Navy. I regret that because there were some places in the mountains that I would go to all the time. And I was mainly working HF. But I could have done so well on VHF from up there. But I suppose you have tropos that will take you down to California, right? Roger that, yeah. I never tried. I didn't try that. For 2 years, I've only really done most of
And it sounds like you just having contact over there in New York. Tell your mom I said hi. Hope she's doing good. Take one day at a time. And to, as they go. When I had And my partner, I did not give her real name out either, so it is perfectly fine to actually use an alternative. It's okay. Especially if you don't want them to be distracted, it's perfectly fine. Yes, I know your critters' names, but I don't mention that out in public too much, because, you know, that's a choice you made, and that makes sense, because, you know, the last thing you need is to be distracted and end up getting pulled into the middle of the, you know, sidewalk to whatever the critter happens to see. So it makes perfect sense. There's people, partners, four-legged, that I do know their names, but I don't mention them because out of courtesy. So I don't.
What the hell is she babbling about?
Because I don't need them being dragged in the middle of the road and stuff. Oh, look at this! A cat! Yeah. Anyway, be safe. It's always good to be safe, and that makes perfect. And one other thing, and then I'm going to turn it back to Dennis, and that is fishing is cool, and if you find out from the rangers there's certain fish you've caught that aren't supposed to be in the waterways, take to their instructions how to deal with it, because there are some fish out there in some waterways that aren't supposed to be in there, and there may be, you know, some, I don't know how true it is, some rewards are out on some, but in some cases they praise you for actually taking something out that might ruin the ecosystem. So, yeah, always pay attention to anything the rangers may tell you about. But if you caught good fish and you ate them after getting them home and turning them into a meal, then I'm proud of you because fishing is cool. KJ Siblin, EFM, back to that.
Sean, thank you for checking in. I'm glad that you got the shelving together. I hope that you get it anchored somehow. This is the guy who has not anchored too many of the shelves, but anchored some of them. And usually only takes one screw. Like, you just gotta keep it from tipping. Like, you know, with the wall, instead of independently of the wall, you're good-ish. And yeah, I'm glad that things are going well otherwise.
Good Lord.
And
I need to lose some weight.
And I forgot it's gone. Maybe I'll get back to you later. Thanks for checking in, Sean. Next up is Andrew.
New message.
ATS.
One new.
I am doing well. I just got my SD wire and I'm building a 20-meter heavyweight diver. I have an LCNA and I managed to, on the first try, kind of get a little bit close, but I managed to get a perfect resistance signal at 14.1 megahertz, which is probably exactly what I'm going for. After a little bit of troubleshooting, turns out if your wire connects to the Ethernet cable, it should be perpendicular and not parallel, otherwise you won't know your
Interesting.
hardest part so far has been having some RF, but actually
Let's see if we can get this radio fixed to do any of the other stuff.
So
I got to get this other one paired up to my phone and see if it'll work.
if the next continues to confuse me as it always has, take them up. Anyway, hopefully they can
Let's see.
contact
APRS Droid.
AA7 ATS back to that.
I'm jealous. Congratulations on building a 20-meter antenna. I have a whole bunch of wire. Someday I hope to turn it into at halfway. We'll see. But yeah, good luck on getting onto FT8. Having an antenna is a good prerequisite. I mean, at least you can do like phones over that.
Reading the data of the radio.
This is Matt, KX6KD with 213 net. And that brings us to the end of round 5.
Round
if you're
5?
listening in on round 4, come ahead now with your call sending.
Protect 3 HJU level in Australia.
1
Network.
VK3, HJQ, I've got you. Who's next?
I can't remember how this thing works.
Okay, that kind of sounds like things are slowing down. So I'll go back to you, VK3, HJQ. How are you this evening? I got 890 for you.
Yeah, good afternoon from down under. My name's John, and just stationary mobile here in Albury, which is about 50 k's away from my home studio, just doing some shopping. What time is it? 3 or 7 p.m. locally on, what day is it? Must be Friday, is it? I think so. Cool, you don't know what day it is. Yeah, I'm using a new app called QSO1, which some people would be interested in.
Spectrum?
You can get onto All-Star.
Oh, damn.
without having any hardware.
This radio has a spectrum scope.
Echolink, DMR, including Grandmaster, free DMR and TGIS.
I didn't know
It
that.
does C4 FM and IAX Direct, all on one app on your phone. Available for currently under Android and Windows. Frank, who wrote the program, is bringing it out on iOS, Mac,
Let's see.
well, and plus Linux. So it's called
Oh, I need to go to
QSO1,
Bluetooth.
that's in ONX,
And then
free download, free to use. It's just an absolute pearl of a
Bluetooth
program.
mode.
Using it for about a month and a half. All right, that's probably it from me.
Bluetooth
Before I
app
find out. This
or
is a
Bluetooth
Let's
TNC.
Anyway, back to the control. So I haven't got your name there on VK3 HJQ.
Okay.
HJQ, Tom, this is Matt, Kilo CS6, Kilo Tango Echo. Yeah, that, you're coming through super clear. That app sounds amazing. I'm going to go check it out because shoot, I want to say Droid Star. Droid Star doesn't work on my phone.
Dude Star, man.
The other one. Looks back to me.
Connection
When I
preference.
remember it. Works okay. It is so nice and friendly. And I also have the DMR bug, so something can do smart sounds amazing. TV switch does that. DMR is okay, but thanks for checking in. Is there anyone else who would like to be on round 4 of the DS39 PM net? Can I now to call my name?
C0 JPV and L.
What does it say?
Yeah, have your IO. Anyone else for round 4?
I don't know how the hell this thing works. Doesn't look like it's paired up to my.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and make this last call. Last call for the PSRT 9 p.m. net. Come ahead now with your call sign name. K9. There's someone. K9 BBC. Brooks, how are you this evening? Good evening, Matt. I've got BBC Brooks here.
Let's see. Connected to the radio from Bluetooth. And I don't know. I need to get that antenna hooked up to this because it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna pick anything up. Over here knocking radios over. wonder.
Well, thank you for checking in. I hope it sounds like maybe you had a nice, slower day, and I'm glad that Elizabeth had a good first day. I'm sure that was nerve-wracking as a parent, and I'm glad it went well. And yeah, thank you for checking in, and Megan, thanks to the IO, her, and I hope that she's doing well. All right, so it was last call, and then we got one. So I'll go ahead and say last call again for the 239 p.m. That K6KT, if you'd like to be in on round 4. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Well, I can't figure this thing out. This APRS droid. It looks like
got you, and I'll see if there's anyone else.
like it picked up something. N7CW. Let's see where that's at. I think it's sending information on my phone.
How are you, CT?
It's got to be.
Well, good evening, everyone. Everyone is doing well. Doing something.
Because there's no way my phone would have picked up that station on the map.
I have tomorrow off of work, and so much vacation time.
So what I understand is you could
Which has been really nice.
probably just like you
Because we don't really have any plans to go anywhere.
send a message, or I don't know how you do it.
So,
APRS.phi.
and the family, and my sister's having a baby in October, so David should be there. We hope. And so he's meet my new
QRZ.com.
His name is going to be Abby, apparently, which is also the name of my
My neck is
first
out of
baby.
whack. Let's see where the station's at.
So, there's that. So, thanks. Liz and I had traditional Pacific Northwest dinner, which was the salmon. And then we watched White Lotus in Thailand. Getting bored.
The Voodoo Contest Group. Ooh.
The series called The Bobbyverse, the sci-fi series. It's very humorous. Really enjoy it. And yeah. And then with 5, number 6 is coming out in 2 weeks, I think. So I'm looking forward to all that. Anyway, I got nothing else. Take care, everyone. Positive energy. Good vibes. Good evening.
So I
Tree,
think
thanks for checking in.
I think,
a lobster weekend sounds fantastic.
I think APRS droid's working.
On my vacation, so that's
Oh, yeah.
very often. So
I can see a couple of things on it.
And like,
Cool.
fantastic.
So the phone's connected to that, and then I don't know what you can do with it from that, but a lot of the preppers say this is the way to do it. But the one that they want is they want that UV Pro, that BTEC radio. There's a bunch of them.
This is Matt, K6KT, and NCTSRT9.
I bought this one because it was like $65.
I'd like to thank all of you for joining us.
And it has a TNC, and it has Bluetooth, and it can connect to my phone, which I've just actually figured out. So
I'd like to thank the TSRT
Most of them can't do that. Like this one here, it's got Bluetooth and it's got GPS and it's got APRS, but I can't get it to connect to my phone to where I can use apps on the phone. It will transmit my position, but it's like it won't let me do any messages or anything like that. And then I have a Bofang that has GPS in it, but it doesn't have APRS. So I'm not really sure what good that would be anyways. I'd rather have a radio that had the ability to communicate through Bluetooth, you know, than I would have a one that has the GPS. Because, like, my phone knows where I'm at. So if the radio's connected to the phone, it can just get your position from the phone. What do we got here? ID, Jack PK. Let's see, we got what in the hell is LoRa APRS?
I'm not sure who brought it up, but whoever said Strange New Worlds was interesting. I wish I had seen that episode. I'll bet it was a blast. KJ7EXN.
Wait a minute. What is the LoRa APRS? I've heard about that. Have you heard of that before? Let's see, what do they say? Now, there's also supposed to be something called digital APRS. But anyway, the Meshtastic people, I think, are using some of this kind of technology. But it says it's on 433 megahertz. And it's obviously getting rebroadcast on 144 390.
Nothing heard. KJ7EXN back to listening.
I got Porcupine Mountain, Onion Mountain, Sunset Point, Mount Union, and Prescott on my Droid Star. Yeah, I guess it's Droid Star. Was it Droid Star or is it APRS Droid? I don't know. I can't remember. The people were recommending a Radtel 880G, the Anytone 878. That is a pricey radio. The hell's all that racket? I just got another one that popped in here. It says TX message iGate K6 YTE 10. I don't know what that means, but so I'm extremely new to this because I've never been able to see the messages on APRS. I just always reported my position, checked it on a computer map, and I thought that was like, you know, how all it was. I didn't realize that you could do all this other stuff. And I think you can actually, like, have this thing connect to the internet and send messages to people's cell phones too. So yeah, I didn't know about any of this stuff. I bought these radios a couple days ago. The UB5R Mini 5, and I wanted the clear antenna, and they shipped it without it, and I looked and I saw it was supposed to get 4 antennas, and I called Amazon. They're like, no, we won't do anything for you. Called or contacted the seller, didn't hear anything, and then Amazon said you can't return it without. They said we won't give you a replacement until we get your return and process it. These are like 2 radios for $36. You know, it's a little, clear radio.
So I don't know how good it was, but from what it sounds like it went off with a bang. Go ahead. This is KJ70 FM, by the way.
So anyway, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You want me to return these radios, wait for you to process my return, and then you'll ship me a replacement? And I got to thinking it must be it must be like some kind of thing to do with the seller, right? So when they burn up what online?
And I'm glad I was able to at least answer you. Those puppets, by the way, were made by
You're talking about the RTLs?
from what I understand.
You can't even get those really anymore. Amazon's not really carrying them. Anyway, so I wanted to know, why the hell could I just not request a replacement? You sent me a radio, and it was missing the antennas. I ordered a 2-pack of UB5R Mini 5s for $36, and I ordered it because they were clear, and they came with a clear antenna, an N77 or Nagoya 771 copy, but clear, where you can see the little coil matching unit in the bottom. And so I was kind of pissed off, and I thought this makes sense. So I went in. I had ordered a UB5R with the USB, and I pretended like I was going to return it, but I selected a little bit different information than normal to see what they would do, and it literally was going to offer me a credit to my account and not have to return the radios. So I went back on Amazon, logged into this one, and said, because they wouldn't give me the option to say my antennas are missing, I said that the battery is hot. And they're like, when you say that, they don't even want the fucking thing back. They gave me a credit and told me to keep the radios, but the credit had to go back to the Amazon balance, not the original payment method. And I was like, I don't really want to buy any more shit. But so I had like $40 credit, so that's why I bought this APRS radio. And I just bought it because I've been looking for different radios to possibly use on my All-Star. And I've actually got an All-Star Node over here that's like I guess kind of a high-power Pi Hat, more or less. But, and it's probably the easiest way to get on All-Star. But there's certain radios that will interface with these USB. They're like a bare bones USB audio chip fob. It uses a CM108 chip, and you put it under a microscope and you solder 2 different wires to it, and one is for COS, carrier operated squelch, and then the other one is PTT. And then you hook that to a K plug, and I guess certain radios will work directly like that. Pretty much like only 2 kinds. The TYT UV88 and the Retevis 85 or RT85, and that's it. So, but I was looking at, just cheap radios that might work. So they have a what is it? I'm trying to remember what radio that one is. But anyway, for All-Star, you can get this thing. It's called a Sherry Pie hat, but it's a copy, and it even says All-Star link on it. But it's a copy of the Sherry Pie hat, and then you got to figure out a whole bunch of crazy shit to get it to work. This is probably the most difficult thing that I ever did. But it's analog that behaves like DMR, but it sounds good. I just got to find a cable and I can plug it in and you can hear it. Let me turn the volume down on this. So, they got a couple different radios that are really popular for All-Star nodes, but they don't really make like a MMDVM, they don't really make like a hat. This is as close to a hat as you get. It has a 818, it's a module, a UHF module, and basically you program the thing. Normally you just have it plugged into the Pi, both ends, and then after it's programmed up, you don't have to have them both in there. You can just have the sound. You don't need the comm anymore. So they give you this little cable to do that. And hopefully I plugged it back into the same one. But the problem is Raspberry Pis are so fucking expensive right now. So if you want to get on All-Star, this thing is like $69 or something like that. All-Star sounds really, really good. And it's usually the backbone behind a lot of other stuff that you hear linked. But once it goes through DMR, it gets kind of crap. But the latest thing has been all these APRS radios. And like ones like this one. Where's it at?
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the Comps Channel.
This is the
video, we'll be taking a look at this new dual band
VGC radio, but it's also
the VRN
sold other names.
And the optional BHM79 Bluetooth speaker mic. This radio is the latest in APRS capable radios, and while it's feature packed, it luckily won't break the bank and even comes in a flat dark earth tone, which I'm always a sucker for. But let's get into it and join me as we take a deeper look at this radio.
My screen is too far over.
Approaching a restricted area. Restricted area is 1 mile west.
Before we get into it, the VGC sent me this radio for this review, but as always, I'll be giving my honest opinions about it. As mentioned in the intro,
VGC sent me this radio to review, but blah blah blah.
APRS capable radios that have come out, but this one is more in the affordable range compared to something like the Kenwood THD75. Not only is this an affordable APRS radio, it is also capable of pairing with your phone for more capabilities. Like
So a lot of the preppers like
you're
that
currently
radio, and I
limited
guess
to
it does
using the Android
a lot
or
of other
iOS app
things.
that the VGC offers, whereas the Kenwood offers a full KISS TNC that can be used with whatever software and apps that support it. Now, if you're unfamiliar with APRS, APRS in a nutshell is a way to send text messages and GPS positions over here, similar to what you can do with Meshtastic if you're familiar with that. And for those of you familiar with the BBS for Meshtastic, we're also working on a version of that for APRS that you'll be able to use with this radio and other APRS radios, so be sure to stay tuned for updates on that. There's a number of APRS capable radios out there and a few capable of pairing with your phone, like the Kenwood THD75 and THD74. While I do love the THD75, the radio is rather pricey at $750.
Oh my God.
The THD74 still runs for about triple the price of the VRN76 I'm reviewing today when searching for it on the used market. Yaesu also has a number of APRS capable radios, and while they are less expensive than Kenwood, the problem with Yaesu APRS radios is they don't have the ability to pair with your phone, and texting back and forth directly from the radio on any of these radios is generally a painful experience and only suitable for sending a few messages here and there in a pinch or just beaconing out your location. Because of that, I recommend getting APRS capable radios that have the ability to pair with your phone, or just save your money and get a non-APRS capable radio and use the money you save to add something like a mobile linked TNC4 to give you the ability to pair with your phone and do APRS.
What the hell is
but
that?
With this new VRN76,
Mobile
we now have
Link
a radio that's
TNC4.
not only less expensive than the Kenwood and Yaesu options, it also has the ability to pair with a phone to not only do APRS but also do radio control, frequency programming, communication audio recording, and even send and receive pictures via SSTV. This radio also has a feature that I really like that I've not seen on any of the other APRS radios, and it has a signaling option that allows you to send certain packets of data at the end of your voice transmissions.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
And it lets you specify what data you want to send, like your ID, which could actually be a tactical call sign as long as you're using your FCC call sign appropriately during the voice traffic, and you can also set it to send your GPS location. I can see this being a useful feature for a number of applications, including covering
10
public
feet.
service activities.
Well, that's probably about normal, though.
Of team members. We also have this allow check option, and what this option does is allow the radio to respond to an interrogation signal from another radio. So for example, if you haven't transmitted in a while and another team member wants to see your current location, they can transmit a signal using this check option, and the radio will respond with the data that's usually transmitted at the end of the voice transmissions. So that's for interrogating a specific radio. In addition to that, there's also the nearby people option, which will send the request to all radios within reach and receive the data from all of them that have the allow check option enabled. Now, I was hoping that this was using the APRS protocol, but as we can see in the direwolf logs here, while it does decode the ID, it's not completely AX25 compliant, which is the base protocol that APRS uses. It turns out that it's using something called BSS, which is their own packet radio protocol, but more on that later. So let's go over the radio itself and then we'll get into the app. The power output is listed as 7 watts on their website, and they also mention that it has an IP67 rating, which is the rating for being submerged in 1 meter of water for up to 30 minutes. I've not tested this myself, but the radio itself does appear to be pretty rugged and waterproof, as I dropped it in a creek for a bit to test its waterproofness. The radio comes in a multitude of colors, which I of course had to go with the FDE Coyote or Desert Color, I believe they call it on their website. The overall feel of the radio is good, and while it's not a tank like the Motorola XTS 2500, which could also double as a weapon, the N76 feels solid enough to take somewhat of a beating outdoors. As far as buttons go, we have the usual PTT button on the side, along with 2 programmable buttons below that, and on the front we have a full keypad and D-pad and buttons for navigating the menu directly on the device. Then on top we have the power and volume knob, an LED, an area that says GPS, which is where I assume the GPS patch antenna is located. Then of course we have a removable SMA antenna. And finally, we have the all-important
The thing doesn't even have an
USB-C
encoder.
port for charging the radio, which I'm happy to see as I'm trying to use USB-C for as many things as I can. There's also an optional Bluetooth PTT mic available for it, and they're available in black or the desert color to match the radio I have here. Now onto the app. One of the standout features of the N76 for me is the ability to pair the radio with the phone for use with their app for easy messaging back and forth like I mentioned earlier. The map is the first thing we'll see when opening up the app, with some options on the side here that we'll take a look at, starting with the top right where we have different mapping options like the base map, satellite map,
Wow.
a couple terrain map options, and one neat feature you
DigiPi,
can
it
see
says.
below the map options are these checkboxes for space station and amateur
Starting to get a
radio
bunch of
satellite.
stuff in here. Let
So
me take
with
a look
the
at the
space
map.
station checked, let's take a look at that on the map here, and if we zoom out and search around a bit, we can see the current location of the International Space Station, as well as Tiangong, which is China's space station. If we select one of the space stations, we can get info about when it'll be overhead. The reason this is relevant and why this info is here is
Wow.
because these space stations actually have ham
This is
radio
starting to look
payloads
like a
repeaters
Meshtastic
and
map on
digipeters
here.
for APRS, which means that you can use these to communicate with others when the space station is overhead. There are even times when the astronauts aboard the space station hop on the radio themselves, giving you the opportunity to communicate with an astronaut. If we go back to the map options and select amateur radio satellite, we can see a bunch of satellites with ham radio payloads as well. We won't go too deep into the subject in this video, but we'll be doing a series of videos on satellite comms, so be sure to subscribe if you haven't already so you don't miss out on that. Moving on down the list, we have this target button which zooms into your location. This star button toggles the location of other stations on and off. The clock button will let you filter out the position of others based on time frame, and below that you can record tracks as KML files when you select this infinity button. Then further down we have two buttons here. The top one takes you to the message screen, and the other one is the member screen, which shows you a list of other stations. Then finally, if we switch back to the map view, we have this green microphone button which allows you to transmit audio from your phone's mic through the radio, which is handy. Now if we go back to the messaging screen, on the bottom right we have this map pin that'll take us to a map with our current location. And we can either hit send now to send the current location, or we can scroll the map around until the pin is at the location we'd like to send. Now back to the messaging screen again, we can see where it says hold to speak, and this is because we have the voice option selected, and this is for using the radio through the phone's mic like we saw earlier. If we tap on this microphone on the bottom left, that'll show us the other options like voice, which we're currently in, Morse code, text, DTMF, and picture. If we go ahead and select text, we can type in text messages. Now, messages without a call sign will use the BSS protocol. To send a message to a specific APRS user, you would send a message with their call sign and SSID, followed by a colon, and then the message you'd like to send. The app will also send and decode Morse code and DTMF, but it's pretty straightforward and I won't go over that here. I do want to show the picture option though, so let's change the modes once again and select picture. Now this uses SSTV as mentioned earlier, and you just select a picture from your phone you'd like to send and then select the SSTV
interesting.
mode. And we'll just stick with the default Robot 36 for this demo and hit the play button to send. The app itself is able to decode incoming SSTV signals, and there's also software to decode SSTV like this one for Windows I'm using called MMSTV. Sending pictures using anything on these lower bandwidth frequencies is going to be a pretty slow process, so we'll speed up the video here. And here we have the completed picture. Another feature I really like is how all of the incoming and outgoing radio communications get recorded and show up in the main message window here. Then you can just tap on one of them to replay the recording.
This is a test of the communications record feature.
Now if we open up the hamburger menu on the top left, we can see all of the currently programmed channels, which are these 16 squares we see here. The radio can have a total of 192 channels programmed in, but they're in 12 groups of 16 channels, so that's something you want to keep in mind when programming it, so you program in groups that make sense. To select a channel, you simply tap on it from the screen and the radio will tune to the selected channel. So that's a quick rundown of the features I wanted to highlight on this radio. If you've been curious about APRS or want a good APRS capable radio that won't break the bank, this one is a really great option that even provides some features and ruggedness that the other APRS radios don't have. If you'd like to pick one up for yourself, VGC has provided me with an affiliate code for my viewers of
course they have.
TCC that you can enter in at checkout for $10 off your purchase, and I'll have an affiliate link to purchase in the video description below. There's more stuff we'll be getting into later videos with this, like the BSS protocol, which, based on some of these options, appears to have some routing and forwarding functionality like a mesh network or digipeater. I actually really like this radio, and I'll be ordering one with my own money, so I'll have another one of them to dig into the BSS protocol stuff a bit more. We'll also be getting into more APRS related content, including the APRS version of the BBS, so be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already so you won't miss on that and more. If you found this video helpful, please be sure to give the video a thumbs up. It really helps and I appreciate it. Thank you all and have a good one.
He got videos on why they hate it. What the hell's the Anytone 890? I never heard of that. He doesn't want to let me back out of here. Oh, headsets? I can't do the headsets. I have to hear what's going on around me. From 0 to APRS in 10 minutes.
Alright, welcome back to KM6 LYW Radio, the show about amateur radio or ham radio, reimagining radio in the information age. You know, a lot of these rigs have built-in modems or TNCs that are decoding packets that are coming in over the radio. Are they all the same? Are you decoding all of the packets that are hitting your antenna? Let's find out. This time on KM6 LYW Radio.
Oh god, not this fucking dipshit. I fucking hate this guy. He's such a fucking fag. Oh my god. I'm like, damn it, this is that same fucking shitbag that was sitting there playing some dumbass Foo Fighters shit. He's like, oh, it's so fucking cool. He makes some kind of device that I forget what it is, and he charges a bunch of money for some software he wrote. Yeah, he's a douchebag. Oh, God. That's the fucking retard. I don't remember him looking that old. Yeah. Well, he's sitting there trying to think. He thinks he's so fucking cool playing some goddamn bullshit fucking guitar riff to some shit nobody fucking cares about. Like, oh my god.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. This is the Radtel RT920 with CB and sideband receive. So let's take a closer look. So this radio comes with a USB to USB-C charger, like most handhelds. It comes with an original lithium polymer battery, 22 milliampere hours. This will last you a lot of times.
I'm wondering about this one. The Tech Minds guy is the least offensive. Some of these guys, they just think they're just too fucking cool.
Hi guys, and welcome back to another Tech Minds video. Now, a few videos back, we took a look at the RT950 from Radtel, and while it turned out to be a fairly decent radio, it lacked some features which have been now implemented in the RT950 Pro. Now, as this radio is almost the same as the 950 base model,
you missed me this morning doing
concentrate more
surface
on
mount surgery on the broken radio.
Pro version. Now, incidentally,
still think there
down
might
the
be
left
something
side
wrong
of the
with
radio, there's 4 buttons, and the screen that shows 3 VFOs. Now, the top 2 buttons are PTT buttons for VFO
The battery will not read full.
But what I also noticed is that the PF1 button, which should be user programmable, is actually a PTT for the 3rd VFO. That's VFO C, and it didn't appear to change when you tried to change it in software. However, in the main menu, there is actually no option to change PF1. Now, the VFO C is actually where it's stated to be able to transmit on 27 MHz, which of course is the 11 meter band. Previous radios that we've tested that can transmit on 11 meters did not do very well at all, mainly down to spurious emissions and low power output. But later in this video, we'll test this as well, and well, you
can barely read the screen.
In this Pro version, shortwave reception is available as before, but now with SSB support, so you can listen in on hams from around the world talking about the hobby using their hobby. There's no separate shortwave or HF receive antenna connection on this radio. It's all performed through the same single SMA socket. In fact, when you change bands, you can actually hear relays clicking inside, which is actually kind of a good thing. So there's not really much that's been added to the Pro version, but let's find out how well these new added features actually do work. So first up, let's test some HF reception. I'm going to use my outside wire antenna first, and that's because I know that it works quite well. Now, whether or not you think I should test with a small antenna attached to the radio is irrelevant, because any decent receiver should be able to handle weak and strong stations on any antenna. Now, when in the radio screen, you can use the star button on the bottom left to change the highlighted setting across the bottom. You can then either use the arrow buttons or the top rotary encoder to adjust that value. You can also press the OK button to show a menu specific to this radio receiver mode.
Clear version
things like the LNA values
of the
BFO,
radio I
and
gave
the mode
you.
of modulation.
It's a slightly newer version. Looks like that works pretty well. That's pretty cool. For under $100.
Okay, so it works receiving HF using SSB. However, I personally do not think it does it very well when using a large antenna. As we've seen with another radio from a different manufacturer recently, it does appear to be overloading, even when turning the AGC off and turning the LNA setting all the way down. And while this does actually perform better than said hammered radio, you could specifically hear Morse code in parts of the band where it's not supposed to be, and even some AM broadcast stations. And of course those signals were not really there. It's just the radio was overloading and splattering its reception all over the place. Now later in the video I will go outside and use a telescopic antenna just to see how well that performs. Now spoiler alert, it actually works very well. Now I do quite like the menu on this radio with its coloured icons and easy to navigate sub-menus. You can pretty much program the radio from just within this menu system without the need for software. But if you like to use programming software like I do, then you can use the free programming tool from the Radtel website, specifically for the RT950 Pro. The speed at which it reads and writes to the radio is also super fast compared to other radios that I've tested in the past. I guess chirp support will also be available by the time this video comes out. But you can actually also use a mobile application to program the radio, as this radio supports Bluetooth. Bluetooth support is enabled within the menu, but I believe this is only for programming. No Bluetooth audio is supported, so no Bluetooth headset support with this model.
Check that.
This does also have GPS built in. We're not going to test it, but the GPS can be used for the APRS feature. On a side note here, I would recommend that you download the latest firmware for this radio if you get one. At the time of making this video, there's already 3 firmware versions available to download from the Radtel website for this radio. Now updating the firmware is also super easy. Just download the firmware from the Radtel website, plug in your programming cable, turn the radio on, select the firmware file and radio's COM port, and then write the firmware to the radio. You don't even need to hold any special buttons down to put it into a firmware update mode. As one of the new features is the ability to transmit on 27 MHz, let's test the power output. Now according to my new meter here, we're seeing around 3.5 watts when transmitting on 27 MHz into a dummy load. On 29 MHz, which is the 10 meter band, it appears to output about 2 watts. Up on the 2 meter band at 145 MHz, it appears the RF output is a smidge under 10 watts, which is close to the specification. However, up on the 70 centimeter band at 435 MHz, we're seeing a drop in power here, with the RT950 Pro outputting around 6 watts of RF power. So that's around 4 watts less than advertised. To keep consistent with other radio reviews that I've made, let's take a listen to the transmitted audio. And here I'll be using an SDR Play SDR with the SDR Uno application.
This is 0DQW testing the audio transmission from the Radtel RT950 Pro. This is on FM using the narrow setting. This is FM using a narrow setting on the RT950 Pro, over. This is M0DQW testing the transmitted audio from the Radtel RT950 Pro, and this is using wide setting on FM. This is using the wide setting on FM. This is the Radtel RT950 Pro, over.
The test that I'm sure that most of you have been waiting for is the Spurious Emissions test. All the specifications stated this Pro version can transmit on 27 MHz. Let's just see how clean it is.
Too much spiritus.
Now with my tiny SA Ultra freshly calibrated and the radio
freshly calibrated
435 MHz on full power through a 40 dB attenuator, we're seeing an extremely good transmission here. Now once settled, there's no harmonics above the minus 70 dB noise floor. Now moving down to 145 MHz, the 2 meter band, we're also seeing a rather clean output. Again, no visible harmonics above that minus 70 dB noise floor. And then the one that we've been waiting for, and that's the 27 MHz band. And well, this is quite something. I think this is the first time I've actually seen a radio like this, specified to transmit on 27 MHz as well as 2 and 70, and be able to produce a clean output. Now And I think Radtel has pretty much set the bar here with this. But wait, I'm not actually interested in 27 megahertz. 11 meters is something that I'd done when I was a kid, so now I'd be more interested to know what it's like on 10 meters at around 29 megahertz, of course, which is the FM portion of the 10 meter band. And boom, by the skin of its teeth on 29 megs, it's more than 40 dB down from that fundamental. So here we have a 10 meter, 2 meter and 70 centimeter transceiver, all within spec. Well, apart from the claimed output power, but it's a start. Of course it does transmit on the 1.25 meter band, PMR, probably GMRS2. So lastly then, let's head outside and see what it's like at receiving HF SSB using a telescopic antenna.
You can't even see the screen outside. Yeah.
Papa 5 Hotel Romeo X-ray.
Romeo.
Station reading X-ray, go ahead. Santiago Papa 5 Hotel Radio
Radio.
Sugar Peter 5 Hotel Romeo X-ray.
It's those R's. Radio.
Okay, good morning from Poland. Thanks for me 57. You signal report 59. 5 and 9. 1073.
From Poland.
Good day.
Thank you very much for the contact. Have a good day. 73. USA, Golf Sierra 0, Romeo India Victor.
So apart from not really being able to see the screen very well when you're outside in the sunlight, it actually sounded quite good. Reception was pretty darn good on 20 meters, and that's probably because of the type of antenna that I'm using. And 40 meters, it's still received, but I would imagine it probably would work better if it was more of a resonant antenna for 40. It's just strange that when you connect it up to a end-fed half-wave antenna like I did yesterday evening, that it kind of overloads and it's too much signal coming in to the radio. Maybe that's a sign that it is designed to use a telescopic antenna only, which is a bit of a shame because I think that all receivers should work no matter what antenna you put on them. Anyway, I'll let you decide what you think about that. Now, I know what I think about this radio. Let me know what you think about it and if you think getting the Pro version is worth the price. There's a few things here which don't kind of add up too much, and I think it could be better in certain areas. But with Radtel putting filters in for 10 meters at least, or 11 meters, I think that's a pretty darn good start. Until the next video, you guys take care of yourself, and I'll see you in the next one.
We got me. I haven't even watched my own video yet. It says, we're going to play you next.
Hey guys, so I'm recording this after the fact of the repair of this radio, and I don't know what caused it to fail, but there's a P-channel MOSFET that's on the board that feeds the regulator, and it's controlled by the switch up here. And so when you turn this switch off or on, that MOSFET it opens up and it carries all the current or voltage or whatever to the there's a buck converter on the board. And I'll post pictures so you can see what it looks like. And I used Google Lens to take pictures of the board because I couldn't read the device. It wasn't really bad, but it was enough to where it wasn't readable.
Let me play this at a faster speed.
And I think what happened is just an inferior device, and it was starting to go south. And so every time I would transmit, every once in a while, things start working, it would start working again. And then last night, while I was testing out the duplex hotspot, it might quit. So I tore it apart and found the problem. Well, with AI, you can look at the rest of the circuit, and it knows so much information. Just from Google Lens, using the AI in Google Lens, it knows so much information, it can gather all the information it needs, tell you what part it might be, or what part will work. And then it's like literally taking pictures of junk boards. It suggested this to me to look at these boards. And so I ended up looking at several different ones, and some of them I think probably got the part I needed. They were covered in epoxy. They were laptop power supplies, which makes sense because they have, a P-channel MOSFET, the drain and the gate and all that. It actually switched to control things. So during the time we found on the reports. But anyway, I ended up finding on a Sony board that came from some kind of Sony battery up at a handicap, and it was a G15 MOSFET P-channel. And anyway, so it's an upgrade of 8 amps, so that's great. So it literally walked me through the entire thing. I started at 8:30, and it's like 12 o'clock right now. The video's been done for a little while, and it works. So let's look at the delay when it comes on. AG74 testing the hurt. So, I contacted Amazon, didn't want to do anything. Contacted the seller, didn't want to do anything. Contacted BoFan, didn't want to do anything. I did tell BoFan, hey, take the part, blah, blah. This is before I fixed it. So I asked them if they wanted to use the monitor and anything to help me. Anyway, I just ended up jumping into it and getting it done. So here is some pictures and the final assembly of the radio putting it back. So some of this is on my live stream right now. It's actually rolling right now. So a lot of this, actually, if you're really bored, you can, when the live stream finally uploads, or you can go in and watch it, you'll be able to like see it from a different camera angles and a couple of other cameras, and they're filming it. So, but I mean, I'm really happy. Like, this is super cool. So, anyway, thank you for watching. I'll catch you later. I've used AI to identify this as a proper replacement for the BoFan burned up one. It's a P-channel MOSFET, which handles a lot more than the original probably did. So, I really don't know if I actually just successfully did this or not. It looks like I did. Well, it's a little crooked, but I think that might work. So we'll just have to test it. It absolutely works. So, this is my first successful surface mount swap. And I wouldn't have been able to do it without AI. I was just actually using Google Lens and submitting pictures and asking it questions. And I was able to get off of a donor board from a Sony. It was a battery pack for a web camera, hand camera mountain. And I used this to do it. I wish I could have filmed it, but it is what it is. So my $66 radio that I thought was done for is fixed now. I just put it back up, so we're going to do that now. Okay, let's see if we can zoom in there. There's our G15 P channel MOSFET. And the original device was right there. So I think this is a little bit better of a device. I tried to solder it with my soldering iron, but I couldn't do it, and I grabbed the hot air rework station, which I'm really afraid of using, and it actually worked pretty easy. So we got to do the results. Let's get it back together.
Radio not.
Right. Let's see if we're going to be on the way. Here's the big one. Anyway, I can remove the display. Just to take the tape off.
Menu.
You can probably leave the display on. And I think all the stuff I can stay on. I never thought I'd get the same fix. That's great. Hopefully, don't break it back together. Yeah. There's an old pin plugged in here. It's still here. There's the other. See right there? That's a gold-plated pin. And it's actually off of the SMA connector from last time. But they put it in there a little bit longer, and then they soldered it and get it off. And that's full inside radio. And that might have been what caused the failure here. So now we get to put this back on here, and I think it should be pretty simple. We're going to have a few screws. They're going to go in here, and I think they're all right here. So
It's interesting how they shrank my video. I didn't upload it like that. Huh.
Whatever. Okay. Yeah, there's a little rubber gasket that goes underneath there, and it's kind of sticking out. You gotta figure out what's screwing your way. Okay.
I think I'm gonna have to go to bed here in a minute.
not really sure. I got 2, 3. These 2 here. There's something, right? Just what's that?
Yeah.
Put stuff back in here.
Turn this thing on.
And those ones, these start from top, but I think these ones might be from here. They use like a torch and self-tapping. Yeah, that may have that. And a lot of these regulating ones. I remember taking out one of those before. It's weird that plastic, the self-tapping.
Yeah.
Pretty sure this is going to go to over it. Okay, got that. And then once you do that, then you can the speaker here, which is actually probably a pretty good sized speaker. When you type radios, I think that's why I do well. And there's 2 shorter ones here. I'm not sure which is which. I believe the longer ones are probably this. Yeah, hard to do. No, these are screws. Yeah, I remember. These regular screws. Mine's got a tilt still. They're still regular. And these other ones. I don't know if I have these right. I think these might be. Yeah, I think they're back on one. One of them is too short for one. And that seems like that one is a little long too. That one. Yeah, these are recessed in here. And you go on through. That and make sure our work because the other screwdriver is just ever so slightly slipping. Okay, so now we can throw a battery on it. Make sure you turn it on. You just said powering down, which is not good. Okay. It's weird. Anyway, it works now. It was turned off, but it said powering down when I plugged in the battery. It was strange. Okay. I'm really glad I was able to fix this because this is one of my favorite radios, and I just got done programming a lot of stuff in it, and so I'm really kind of bummed out. So you could remove this part first. Wait, rope speaker wire, which I already knew was going to happen because they were already pretty bad. So let me look at that. Right, so it's really hard for me to see today for some reason. I don't know what's going on. This would be kind of hard to do. Okay. This would be yes.
Let me turn this thing down.
There we go. That one. One out of 3. Maybe the camera version. It always seems kind of loose on the videos. Yeah. We got it in here. The computer still works. Put the power down. And put the battery in. Perfect. Okay, we got that. Check the battery. Yeah, test on the flat spot. Battery's in. We got some screws put in still. Yeah, feel right.
Can I tell it to not transmit anymore, maybe? Like just track only? Whatever. Apparently.
Cross right over here. I'm not getting this guy to go in another. That's good. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Get in here. Get in here.
And it tell it to only receive.
You can tell me here, that's your fair. It works. We gotta fix this. Wow. Oh crap. I don't understand. My goodness. Shame on me. Okay. I'm not gonna use this anymore. Any test anymore on it. I'm gonna take the larger antenna away. And put it on it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, no.
Should
I
be
don't know about the radio. I never wanted to know. Yeah, you find it out. I said, don't let it. Right. How do you work it? So.
5, 3.
Fast, very. Alright, that's it, we're done. I can tell the Amazon seller to kiss my ass. I can tell Bofang to kiss my ass. Tell Bofang to make a better radio. I think ultimately what happens is this device right here, sitting on the table, is too small to carry the current that the switch controls. And it blew up. It started to blow up a little bit at a time, so. Anyway, I learned quite a bit today. Very grateful. Be able to fix this thing, so thank you guys for watching.
Okay. Now all the rest of these are pretty much the same. So I'll show you this one here, and I'll do the rest of them off camera because really it's just, rinse and repeat after this point, right? So I'm going to have the tuning tool, and that is going to be sufficient for this. That should be okay. So let's move number 1 around and see if we can find it. Oh, turn the volume down. Using this. That was really off frequency. Alright, that looks like that out there. Turn that down a little bit more. Rankings will also affect this. We're going to get at the end of the scale, and that should be okay. So now we'll go back to number 1 on the detector here. And that one is pretty rough. We have to snap that one open with a little bit of a rubber screwdriver here first. There we go. Seized up. So let's see. That was pretty close. It was probably that close because it hasn't been actually touched. That was pretty tight. Let's see if this one's going to do the same. Yeah, these are all pretty tight, so loosen this one up here. And we're going to go down to this one as well. See that down there? These ones are usually ones that get played with. Yeah, that one's pretty loose. Okay, so let's adjust this one for a peak. That's pretty close, and we'll go to the antenna now. So we got quite a bit more sensitivity out of this. That's not too bad. So we'll just go back up here first and make sure that we're on frequency again. Keep an eye on this. Hopefully you can see that. Pretty close. Now if you make a mistake and you see you have a line that's focus into number 2 by accident, you turn that, you're going to have to realign band number 2 all over again. That's one of the catches with doing these. Not too bad. This screwdriver, I might be able to use something that's a little bit more isolated. Let's see if I can use this one here. This might make things a little bit easier. Yeah, that's pretty close. We want maximum sensitivity, maximum performance.
Alright, guys. I'm going to bed. Mr. Carlson.
And that is very close. So now, there's still one extra portion to this alignment here. Just turn this down so you don't have to listen to that. So there's still one extra portion here, the 215 KC patter. So this is really down in where the beacons would be, right? This is a really low frequency band here. They skipped the broadcast band completely in this radio receiver. So there is no broadcast band in this. So the guys that were using this on the plane aren't allowed to listen to the AM broadcast band. So it jumps right over top of it. So now the 215 KC patter here is basically we need to feed that same signal in, but they want us to shut the signal generator off and just tune for maximum static. So that should be kind of interesting. So that's it, and that's this one here on the bottom. So if I move this around, and that's this one right here. So you make sure that ground is okay. That's the 215 KC patter. So shut the signal generator off and basically tune for maximum noise. So let's see what happens. We'll see how close that is. If not, I'll turn the signal generator on and see how far off at 215 it is. So I need to tune the front end here to 215. This is not making very good connection in here for some reason. So hopefully that is so sensitive, this band, right? So incredibly sensitive. I don't know, like so maybe that's a little bit better. And that's about as good as that's gonna get. All right. Even with this just a little bit of open lead on the bottom here, it's receiving just like absolute crazy. So maybe over here to the radio. So 215 they want us at. That's a long ways away. Probably have to put some lubrication in there, right? Can't get warm moving it that much. So that's 215. Right there. So that's 215 right on the button. So now we need to tune for maximum noise. So that's the oscillator pattern right here. So I'll turn this back up. That's maximum. So let's see what we get for noise going out of this. Let's see if we can. All right. And that one's pretty stuck too. Nope. How sensitive that is. Wow. It's going to be a crazy receiver. I have a feeling the reason that they didn't want anybody to actually use a signal generator to tune this is because it's probably so sensitive down here that most signal generators won't go that low. So let's see how close we are to, say, 215. So we'll go frequency 215 kilohertz. And let's turn this on and see what happens. So I'll move over here. Wow, that is really sensitive, but it is off. So I will adjust this with the frequency on. Here with the signal generator on frequency. Okay, so let's take a look at the face. So it is up the band just a little bit. So now what we want to do is we want to go back up to 470 and adjust that and then come back down here and check this again. All right, so just move this up here. We'll move this back up to 470. Again, this is going to probably need some oil under here or something. All right, there's 470. So let's see if it shifted that. So 470, so we'll go 470 kilohertz. And it isn't there, so yeah, chances are we're going to have to move back and forth between the two. So go back to 1 again. Can you see that down the bottom here? And on the meter over there. That's pretty good. Okay, so now let's go back. And adjust the oscillator pattern again. So back down to 215 kilohertz. And move this down to 215 again. Okay, so let's see. Go back into the 215 now and adjust that again. So I'll adjust that so it's right at 215. It's getting closer. And it's getting closer. Between 215 and 220, that's not bad. I'm actually pretty happy with that, especially for a band that's gonna probably never get listened to. All right, so let's go back up to 470 again and see if we can move that around a little bit as well. So this is how it works with these things. You gotta go back and forth on each end in order to either squish or expand the band. All right. That's pretty close now. Not bad. All right. So let's go back down to 215. Again, it's probably going to be close enough. 215 and 215 kilohertz. Not bad. So the peak is going to be between 215 and 220. So probably about 217.5, something like that it looks. Not bad. Still hearable at 215, so not bad whatsoever. That's actually very good. So it's very close to the mark, a little bit above. Now, in order to try to absolutely correct that and make that re-on the dial, they didn't even specify to tune for 215 on this, right? They want you to tune for maximum static, basically. So, see, this adjustment uses the noise developed in the receiver as the only signal. All right, so they're just basically telling you that'll be around 215 somewhere. Again, this is a beacon band, and that's actually pretty good, so not too bad. So the other bands are pretty much the same. You just go back and forth. I think each band only has one setting on this, though. Band 1, band 2. Yeah, so it's basically only 3.3, so there's only one setting on each band. So not too bad. So the only one that has a pattern is the lower frequency band. Other than that, all the rest of them are still the same. So for the next band, I would move this up to here, tune the signal generator to 3.3, move this to 3.3, and tune all of them for maximum signal again. Just that easy. So adjust the oscillator and tune for maximum signal. For the fun of it, let's actually see how close this is at 3.3. So once you get up into these bands, this is when it really starts to be a little bit more important. Okay, so there is 3.3 right there. Let's go to 3.3 megahertz and turn this up. And that's a ways off too. So it'll be the same thing with this one. Move this to 3.3. Turn this around. So this is band number 2 now. So this is the one that we would be adjusting. So we want to bring it on frequency first. Let's see that there. So now we just align the dial, right? So I'm making the dial. Making the dial read correctly. And then the rest of them are just the same. Peak everything up. Maximum signal. Just that simple. Whoa, that one's quite a ways off. Whoa. This band's way out. Whoa. Imagine what kind of sensitivity we're going to get out of this thing now. Wow. Oops, turn the bump there. Wow, lots and lots of receive on that. So now that's aligned. And all the rest of them are just the same. So I just go and do the rest with all the other bands, and we'll take a listen to this thing, see how well it sounds. I'll get the rest of them done, and we'll take a listen around the bands. The BC348 is completely aligned, and I have to tell you, the sensitivity came way up on all of the bands. This is one very sensitive receiver right now, and it's working fantastic. So different portions of the bands become active at different times of the day, depending on conditions. So around 7 megahertz right now is active. So let's take a listen into this little area. I'll turn the volume up. I have this on ABC. If we come across any sideband, I'll switch this over to MVC, and that way I can turn the gain up and down right here. I'll show you how that all works. So here we go. Oh, there's some sideband action right here. So in order to listen to sideband, you switch it over to MVC just like that, turn the CW oscillator on, turn the beat frequency oscillator either side of the 0 beat, so in this case it would most likely be this side, and turn the volume up, and tune in the signal. So the conversation right there, it's nice and clear aside from the other noise. So let's turn the crystal filter in and see if it helps out at all. So you can see how well that crystal works. So the sideband sounds really nice. So that sounds like that's coming from a different part of the world. Pretty big sideband signal there. Wow, I heard California in there. I don't know if he's talking out of California or to California. It sounds like he's talking to California. So I'm sure some of you can chime in and probably decode that. So let's go back to AVC here again. Turn the CLU oscillator off, and everything's out. Sounds like a bunch of frequencies in there. Heterodyning. I heard BBC. That crystal works very well. As I said, this thing's listening to signals from all over the world. And I think that's about the end of the active portion for this band. Let's see. Go up to the top, see what happens. And that's the end of that. Fantastically sensitive, pulls in sideband with ease with just the beat frequency oscillator, no product detector or anything. This receiver really is working well. And again, at this time of the evening, not a whole lot of stuff is happening, and it's still pulling in quite a few stations very, very well. So when this is up against all the other receivers are definitely gonna have a bit of a challenge because this thing really is receiving well. So much sensitivity, you know, that's really loud, you know, right there. I'm very impressed with this radio receiver, and I'm looking forward to actually attaching this to one of my transmitters when I get back, you know, probably on the 75 meter band, and using this as a communications receiver. A lot of fun to use. Man, sounds fantastic. If you enjoyed this video, you can let me know by giving me a big thumbs up and hang around. Don't forget to subscribe and tap that bell symbol if you'd like to see more great footage on this channel. If you're interested in taking your electronics knowledge to the next level and learning electronics in a very different and a very effective way, and if you're also interested in gaining access to my inventions, you're definitely going to want to check out my ongoing electronics course on Patreon. I'll put the link just below the video's description under the Show More tab, and I'll pin the link at the top of the comment section. So if you click on the link, it'll take you right there. You can check it out. All right, until next time, take care. Bye for now. Hi everyone, and welcome to another episode of Mr. Carlson's Lab. Today we're going to restore an old DeForest Crosley from 1938. Now, in my own opinion, this radio has one of the nicest looking dials I think I've ever seen in an older radio receiver, and I've been saving these restorations for that special time, and that special time has come, so I'm going to share that adventure with you. Let's get started. This is the DeForest Crosley radio that we are going to restore today. You'll see that I've removed the chassis from this radio because the radios themselves are identical. And the reason that I'm going to restore the chassis out of this one and put it into this case is because this one here, the radio chassis, is much more of a challenge than this one here. This one is in way worse condition, so that gives us more of a challenge to do. And I like the look of this case much better than this one here. Somebody has taken the time to remove all the finish. And what I've done is I put polish on this, and it really brings out the wood. I think this cabinet just looks absolutely fantastic the way it sits. Hopefully you can see that, the detail in the wood, it just looks great. So I'm going to restore this chassis with you, and then in the end I'll just move this chassis to this one, and we'll be listening to this chassis in this radio case right here. So this also allows me to show you what it looks like with and without the actual radio chassis in. You can see a nice big original stained area. So you can see obviously the light around it has, I lightened up the stain a little bit. You can see this is underneath this right here. So this would be the original color under here, unaffected by UV light and everything. And I'll turn this around in a moment. I'll show you the backside here. So this one here has the presets. Much the same as this one here. As I say, this is identical to what will be sitting in here. And I can also manually tune the station. So see the little pointer here move if you keep an eye on it. The little arrow moving down there. And the eye sitting right in the center, this should look absolutely fantastic. So in the end, we'll be listening to some radio stations on this, and you'll get to see the magic eye glowing, and we'll tune in some radio stations. Should be a lot of fun. This is what the backside of the radio receiver looks like with the chassis removed. As you can see, the electromagnetic speaker down on the bottom. We'll take a closer look at this in a little while. And on the top here, there are some rubber grommets that, of course, have long since decayed. I'll talk about that when we take a look at the radio chassis as well. So really, just 4 big screws and removing all the knobs on the front end, bringing that little light through that large hole there, and the whole chassis just slides right out. Now, whenever a radio like this is worked on, the electromagnetic speaker has to be sitting beside the radio chassis because the current from the high voltage supply goes through the electromagnet, and the output transformer for the speaker is also on the speaker itself. So there's an audio output transformer and what is called a field coil on the backside of the speaker. So this was before they had permanent magnet speakers. So that has to be in circuit, and that's this cable that you see right here. It's plugged in the backside of the radio. So I'll remove that as well and get that out of the radio cabinet, and as we're getting closer to completion on this radio receiver, I'll plug that in, and we'll see how the original speaker sounds as well. These old radios, they really sound fantastic when they're done properly. It makes AM not sound what you're normally used to hearing. AM is full and rich, and it sounds absolutely wonderful. So you'll see that when we listen to the radio over here in the end. Here's the radio chassis that we're going to be restoring today. So we'll bring this thing back to life and make it perform the way it did way back in the 30s, and maybe even just a little bit better. So we're going to improve a bunch of things on this chassis, and as I'm going along, I'll explain all that. So the dial is in very nice condition on this radio receiver, you can see. And you can see the eye tube right in the middle. We'll talk about that in a moment. This lamp that's hanging off the front here was to light that large dial on the front. So the preset channels. To light this dial, they have 6-volt automotive bulbs. Get one of these out of here. You can see that. Big 6-volt auto bulbs. Easy to replace. Go down to your local auto supplier and get a 6-volt automotive bulb. So that lights the dial nice and bright. So they were thinking when they put these in, these draw quite a bit of current. Of course, they create a lot of light, and it shines in the edge of the glass, and it lights the dial up really nice. So a really nice feature. Again, this is probably one of the nicest looking radio dials, in my opinion, that I've seen. They look so nice when they're glowing. Of course, with the green eye in the middle and everything, just a fantastic looking radio receiver. So you can see on the bottom side here, they've used a combination of both plastic and cloth wiring. So there's cloth wiring here to the lamps, and then they've got this plastic kind of, you could have a vinyl wire, whatever. It's just, I guess you could say, crystallized at this point. And what somebody's done is they put silicone on this to stop it from shorting. As you can see, the whole light assembly turns when you tune the dial here. You can see, I'll tune it down, see that? And as you can see, the wiring is turning with that. And there's a good chance that maybe at some point it was shorting because somebody had put some tape here to stop this from touching this. So of course all of this has to go. So there's a lot of rewiring on this chassis. You can see that the chassis is really rusty. I'm going to have to fix all of that. Looks like somebody was trying to desolder this, maybe to remove this platform to replace the grommets, which they've, looks like they put some form of a glue under here and some spacers, so that all has to be cleaned up. It looks almost like somebody tried to desolder this, their iron wasn't hot enough. So what they did is they just kind of gave up and then put some glue under there and some spacers. 25 cycle transformer, so it's either 25 or 60 cycles. That's why there's so much core on this. There's a cap on the top. A lot of the time, radio receivers put a rectifier tube and a socket right on the cap, so this is just capped off because they're down here. DeForest Crosley did something interesting is, if you're familiar with vacuum tubes, be very careful with this here, you can see that they've only got one plate filament structure in here. So if you look at 5U4, 5Y4, 5R4, they have two structures inside. So this is essentially a half-wave rectifier. It's a 2X3. So why they separated the two halves and had one in each tube, I don't know. Maybe to up the tube count on the chassis. I really don't know why they did that. It's just something that this company did. This chassis here has Rogers spray shield tubes in them. So this is a normal metal tube that you've most likely seen before. And what Rogers did way back when is they used a metallized spray-on coating. So it's a conductive coating they put on the tube. And they made essentially glass tubes into metal tubes by doing this, with a little bit of glass exposed on the top. So these are known as spray shield tubes. And it's really common with these chassis. So hopefully they're okay. Usually they're pretty good. I find that these spray shield tubes, they last the term. The 6X6 tube, which is this one here, is the I tube right in the middle. So I'll just remove this here, move this out of the way. So all of these tubes are now toast. So this is a shoulder type tube. This is a shoulder here known as ST style tube. The shoulder sits on this, I guess you could say, a little metal escutcheon on the bottom side here. And this pokes up through and you can see a little eye here. Now these tubes here are very, very hard to find. And if you do find them, a lot of the times they are actually bad because they're used. So I'm going to replace this tube with a more common tube that's easier to get that will do exactly the same thing as this tube because I want this to look just the way it looked back in the 30s. So this has two shadow angles that move on it depending on which way you rotate the tube. Say they're on the sides, they'll close and open on the same axis here. So there'll be two of them that do this. Or if you turn the tube, you can have it up and down or whatever way you rotate the tube, right? What we're going to do is design a circuit in this radio chassis so that we can use a standard tube, which I'll show you here in a little bit, a very common tube, to replace the 6X6. One way to tell that these 6X6s are bad, I'll just pull this out of the socket, I'm just pulling this out right now. So it's in here very tight. This could even be the original one. Most likely is Rogers tube. So just trying to get a light on here. So if you look at the target inside here, you can see that it's very dark. And I know I have another one over here. This is a good eye tube. Look at the difference in the color of the target. All right, so you can tell the target is really dark and burnt. So this would be a very, very dim tube. So that has to be replaced. I'm not going to replace it with this because this only has one shadow angle, but when we get to that point, I'll explain that. And they very nicely capped off one tube socket hole here, which can be used as the driver for that eye tube, which is going to be very nice. So that worked out very well. So I'm going to just leave this out and leave that hanging here. I'm going to just cut this off at any rate and rewire all this. Is all cloth wiring. As you can see, it's all breaking. So all of this cloth wire is brittle and snapping. So lots of stuff to do on the top side here. Take a look at the gearing, then I'll turn this upside down. There's some gearing on the front, changes bands, and it's to do with that selector in the front, cams that move all over the place. You can see this here and see this one over here. I don't know if I can get enough of a grip on this. I might have to move this like this. There we go. You can see it's moving different things. And this is the switch down here. This is the switch that makes contact to light the different little arrows on the dial. So as you're moving this dial around, as you're selecting frequencies, these little arrows light up. And if you keep an eye on that arrow, I'll rotate the dial. See that little arrow, the whole thing moves around? Really, really neat looking dial. So yeah, just lots of stuff to do. What I'll do is I'll get this thing turned upside down here and steady on the bench. I gotta be very careful with this dial glass. And we'll take a look at the bottom side and see what's done on the underside of this chassis. I removed the screws from the bottom pan. So there's two screws here, two here, one here, and one here, and then the bottom pan just comes off. You can see throughout time somebody has glued a stir stick, or it looks like a stir stick, they've cut it here and put the other half here, to the bottom portion of the pan here, most likely to space this away from the wooden platform that this sits on inside the radio. The reason that they've done that is because there were rubber bushings that fit into the bottom portion of the radio. You can see the stain right here on each corner, and that spaces this away from that platform for venting reasons and for alignment reasons. So when I say alignment reasons, this thing sits on that wooden platform, and you push this up to the front of the radio so that the dial glass sits into that little cutout that they have, and there are a bunch of shafts that poke out of the front of the radio for the controls, and they go through some holes that have been drilled in the front of the radio. So what happens over time is these rubber bushings decay and the chassis collapses, and then what happens is those shafts that stick out of the front of the radio end up collapsing onto the radio itself on the wooden chassis, so you get binding. So I guess somebody's found that this stir stick is roughly the same thickness as the rubber grommets that were in there, and this maybe allows it to be aligned somewhat close to the way it used to be. The only problem with this is that you don't get any adjustment, it just sits on this. So the original rubber grommets were, they're a firm rubber grommet, but they allowed you to tighten the screws in differently on the chassis so you could tilt it and align it forward and backwards to get everything just perfect. This wouldn't allow that. It would just sit on this and you just tighten the thing down and away you go. And of course if you over tighten it, you actually pull down on the chassis or cause issues. So this has to go. These have to be removed. They've been glued on here, and that should be fun to get that off. So anyways, this has to be pried off, and they're on there really solid. So one thing that has to be repaired, you can see this has been partially repaired. You can see there's some glue that's run down on the bottom metal pan here, and this sits on like this. So if we look here, somebody has put some glue. I'm just gonna move this behind here. Metal pan out of the way. So somebody's put some glue here on the decaying rubber grommets that hold the tuning assembly in, and they haven't waited for the glue to dry and it's run down the chassis. Thankfully, these are far away from the coils because this even dripped into the bottom of the pan, as you saw. Now this brings this restoration to a whole other level. Reason being is because all of this has to be scraped off. Normally, if the rubber grommets go away, you can remove the screws, pop some vinyl or rubber grommets in there, and then tighten the screws back down again, and you're almost done with it. Now this glue is all over the chassis, it has to be removed, and it's also oozed onto the other side, so there's no way I'm going to be able to properly fit the rubber grommets in here. Somebody's put some foam spacers under there, and they put glue around this, so that all has to be removed. So that might even require the entire removal of the oscillator assembly and everything. So this is going to be a pretty extreme restoration. So I will bring you all along with me through this restoration, and we'll get this thing back up to its old self again. make it work like a brand new radio. Somebody's used some no-name capacitors and they've left the full lead length on the capacitors in the chassis, which isn't a good idea. Lead length is not your friend when you're dealing with RF, IF, and oscillator circuits. So RF being radio frequency, IF being intermediate frequency, and the oscillator circuits. The lead length needs to be as short as possible between stages, and it's just bad design practice anywhere to have this excessive lead length. Look, there's no dress on it or anything like that. It's just kind of flopping around. Look at the length of these leads, right? Just hanging in there. So that all needs to be corrected. The band end of the capacitor, the outside foil end, has not been taken note of on any of these capacitors, so I'm going to have to do my research and put the new capacitors in the correct way. I've designed a device that allows me to locate the outside foil end of these capacitors, and I'll show you how that works here in just a little bit. This lead's broken right off, just tacked into place. That all needs to get fixed. So I don't know what brand name these capacitors are, so they're all going to go because I don't know if they're dependable. So I spent a lot of time verifying and testing components. I've made lists about verified and tested components, both for these caps and the electrolytics as well. And I have those lists up on Patreon as attachments. They're in PDF. You just click on the attachment and it'll allow you to download those verified parts lists. So I have a couple of them up there. So if you're interested in restoring radios, test equipment, newer and older equipment, those lists may be of benefit to you. So I am very picky with what I do, and I spend a lot of time verifying these things. So anyways, they're up there. I see a bunch of no-name electrolytic capacitors in here. These will all get taken out, and I will put brand name, verified, real, not fake capacitors in here. Just so you know, if you don't know about this, there's a lot of fake electrolytic capacitors floating around the market right now. They'll bear the same name as a brand name, and one is real and one is fake. They look identical to each other, except, again, one is not a real capacitor, not the real company at any rate. So whenever you're buying electrolytic capacitors, you want to make sure that you're buying them from a very reputable source, because that source will do the homework and make sure that they're buying the proper capacitors. So I do have examples of fake and real capacitors, and they look identical to each other. Even the stamp on the top and everything, they've done a really good job copying those caps. The only difference is one is very good quality and one is very poor quality. So again, you want to be very careful when you're buying these. These are 85-degree caps, and they've got some funny name on it, so they're all going. Lots of things to be repaired and restored in this chassis. These are bias cells. So these little batteries that they put in here way back in the 30s act as bias cells. So these have to get replaced with little button cells now. I'll show you how I do that. There's one here and one here. Somebody's replaced a bunch of resistors with some metal film resistors, and they're just kind of hanging here. Look at this, just kind of no support. Look at this, no support. Right? You touch the chassis, cause big issues. All of this stuff has to get fixed. Lots of crusty wires. Look at this. This wiring is all bad. It's all breaking and falling off. Look at that. So all of this rubber, sometimes vinyl wiring has to get replaced. So there's lots of it in here. There's a mixture of both a cloth type wiring and vinyl wiring. So some of the cloth can stay because it's still okay. Others, it's just going to have to all get replaced. Somebody has fitted this with a new line cord. This was originally fitted with a cloth cord. I'm going to put a reproduction cloth cord on this. I talk a little bit in other videos about grounding the chassis. The chassis on this radio is isolated from the AC line. There is no connection to the AC line. Now, whenever you install an earth wire onto the chassis, there are, I guess you could say, benefits, and there's also issues that it creates. One of the benefits is, of course, it does earth the chassis. Another problem it does create is that it carries noise from the earth line onto the chassis. And if you have any switch mode power supplies around, so you have computers in your house like everybody has, or anything with a switch mode power supply, phone charger, anything, a lot of the times that earth will carry the noise back to the radio chassis. So people will end up repairing these things, and they use an earth connection where the chassis, in a case like this, did not have an earth connection. And again, the chassis on this radio receiver is isolated from the AC line. It's not like an All-American 5 or All-American 6 radio. And you plug this into the wall, and you don't hear anything except switch mode noise. So there are benefits and downfalls to this. So this is going to get an original reproduction cloth cord put back on this thing, so at least the radio will hear something. This is the speaker out of the cabinet, and again, this needs to be off to the side when I'm powering up the chassis, because the current goes through the field coil here, and of course the audio output transformer is on the speaker as well. So I've been having really good luck with speakers lately. This thing is in fantastic condition. Oh, before I flip this over, you can see here, it looks like a mouse may have chewed through the wire here. All the rest of it is just fine. It's just this one little piece. So what I'll do is I'll end up cutting this, and I'll slip some heat shrink tubing over this, or some fibrous tubing, and then resolder the wire, and then slide the tubing back over and shrink it on. That should be absolutely fine. The audio transformer is original. The wiring from the transformer goes all the way down here, right into this glued socket. So that's all looking really nice, and the paper on this is absolutely flawless. Look at this. No problems at all. A little bit of glue here, I guess, from when they were gluing the edge. But other than that, the movement is fine. There's no binding. It's in really good condition. I get a lot of questions about this. Some people say, hey, the dust cap is missing. That's the way these speakers were made way back when. They didn't have dust caps on them. So they figured that the grill cloth in front of the radio was enough, and the speaker still moves just fine, so they were right. So on the backside here is the field coil. It's under this cap. Normally field coils aren't shielded like this, but it's nicely contained under this cap. So hopefully the field coil is okay. I imagine it probably is. If not, getting this cap off looks to be a little bit of an issue, because this runs through here, and they've crimped a bunch of this cap into the other side. So I can show you where they've crimped it. Yeah, you can see right here, they've crimped it in. So I'd somehow have to lift this up very carefully and try and get that off if there's an issue with the field coil. So hopefully there isn't. So thankfully the speaker looks almost brand new, aside from dust and dirt and things like that, so this should make some pretty nice sounds when that radio is restored. Alright, let's start the disassembly procedure. So I'll start taking some of the tubes out here, just slip that under the tube base. Chassis on a bit of an angle here, so it's hard for me just to pull these straight out. You want to be careful, you don't want to break the index off, so you want to be taking these out as carefully as possible. So there's two tubes right there. This one out, it's easy to get out. Remove the cap off of this tube, move this out of the way, this one out of the way, and so on. You can see I'm gently rocking this back and forth, not enough to break the index off the bottom. I'm rocking it back and forth just to pull it out of the socket as easy as possible. There's that, so all the tubes are out. That's pretty easy. Now that all the vacuum tubes are out of the way, I'm not going to be using this line cord, so let's just get rid of it. Here it is. And let's see, we'll get this out of the way. So what I want to do is I want to put this little screw back in the clamp. I might have to make an extension for this. I might TIG weld a little extension to this so I can get this closer for the eye when I go about doing the modification for the eye tube. So we'll bring you through that process as well. So I'm going to have to rewire this, so I'll just gently remove this. There we go, gets that out of the way. Okay, it's already starting to look better. I wonder if these are going to be loose enough to remove by the... A lot of the times if you twist these, well, not on the bottom comes loose. Oh, this one here is, anyways. That still seems pretty tight, so I probably have to get in there. Now, of course, all the capacitor and everything in this whole chassis has been destroyed. This thing has been powered up in a very, very long time, so everything is very safe. Okay, so I'll leave these for later. I'm going to have to tip the chassis back upside down and hold that with a plier and then twist these here, because it's being a little bit frustrating. A lot of the times you can just twist these and they just come right loose because that nut on the bottom is not very tight. As you can see, this one isn't very tight, but it's binding on the threads a little bit, so I don't know if somebody's cross-threaded that one. Who knows with this thing, right? Okay, next up on the removal is these lamps. So these screws here. Nice big 6-volt automotive lamps. That dial should look just fantastic when that's lit up. Over here, like so. These are out of the way, and then the next thing I want to do, because I'm going to remove this whole platform, is I'm just going to gently remove all of these wires right here, cut right through all of them. So that'll allow me to remove this platform. The next thing I need to do is move the chassis around and start desoldering all of these wires on the controls, because I need to remove this entire platform off the top side of this chassis. So what I'll do is I'll move the chassis around, get an iron worm, and we'll do that. You know what might actually be easier right now is just remove these two screws off the front, and then I'll desolder this when I can get the chassis in a more optimum position, because this is really hard to do under this camera with an iron. So I'll just remove these two screws that hold this bracket on right here. If I can get that in that screw there. And that's much easier than desoldering right now. So you can see that there's different length of wire here. If you're going to desolder the wires off of anything like this, it's always good to mark that. So you put a little one black dot here and one black dot on the wire with a felt, and then maybe two black dots here and two black dots here on the wire. And then of course the other one will be self-explanatory. That way when you want to put this back on, you know exactly where the wires go. This one goes to the wiper, and then this one goes to the end of the track, right? So that's out of the way. This is kind of wrapped around that, but I imagine that, well, I'll probably have to cut that off too. Let's see. What else have we got here? Lots of gearing to undo. So I imagine I'm going to have to undo this and take this off. So let's see if I can get everything into the shot here. Can I? I might have to use this roll of solder to space this up so that you can see it. And that's right under this, of course. So there's two set screws and the shaft here. So what I'll do is I'll slide this. Hopefully this is it. That is the, I marked this as well already, so I put a little line on here. So if you're ever going to remove something from a gear, it's always a good idea to put a line so you can get an idea of where you were. And then in the end, if you need to just slightly adjust it, at least you're very close. Okay. So there's that. So let's remove all of this. Look at that. How nice that is. Comes right off of there. So that's out of the way. And there's another control here that'll need to come off. You can see this one right here. Another bracket right here. So I'll desolder this later on as well. So I'm going to get another roll of solder so that you can see this. Prop this all up. There we go. And we'll undo this. Pop that loose. That gets that out of the way. And that's kind of wrap behind everything here. I'll just leave that like so. Look at these wires. It's broken. It's fixed down here, but left completely cracked up here. These wires are just crispy critters. Look at that. So all this stuff has to go in order to make this thing dependable and safe. I really like the metal dial string. It's an actual metal rope style dial string here. That's really nice. Here's another wire that needs to get removed. This one runs underneath the chassis here, so that is definitely going to be in the way. So we'll see how well this is soldered on here. Sometimes they're not too bad. It's on there pretty good. Keep moving that so it doesn't take hold. Put that off there, and we can pull that out. Just about. There it is. So the next thing I need to do now is desolder this here. So what I'll do is I will use my very large soldering iron. See if I can, hopefully you can see all of this. So a lot of times you need to add solder to this to actually make this desolder because you need to up the thermal conductivity. So what I'll do is I'll just pull off some of this and I'll heat this up. Now you're not going to be able to desolder something like this with a normal soldering iron because this is soldered to the chassis. So I'll just let that sit on there for a second. Get this under here. And of course I will clean all of this up later on. There it is. Okay, so that's off the chassis there. So I can remove that, and I'm sure there's more of this on the underside. So it's getting close to being able to remove this entire assembly. I may be able to actually leave that shaft on because it looks like the selector switch that's in here is part of this actual platform. And if we look at the front, there's kind of a notch in here. See how they've kind of notched this out? So I can get this a little bit better in view. See how they've notched that out right here? So I might be able to actually leave this on. I'm going to have to desolder this as well. You can see they've got another ground here. And I just undo those screws, and then I imagine there might be a wire or two that's running through. You can see this one here. I think that one goes to that selector switch, though, that little wire there. And that might just remove that entire platform. So it'd be nice if I don't have to undo that. Already kind of hard to do on camera, but there was one lug I had to unsolder under here, and there was another lug that I had to desolder down here. And I did these 4 screws, and the whole platform basically just came off like this. So that was kind of nice. So I'll get this out of the way. We'll take a look at the platform, and then we'll take a look at the top of the chassis and what other things I need to remove. With the tuning assembly removed, there's just these things that are slid under here, I guess, to space it away. So they're here in some shape or form. Some of them fell out, so I just put them back on top here. You can see the glue has come through the holes, so that's going to all need to be taken off. I have to scrape all this glue off. You can see it's holding this, what's left of the spacers into the holes here. Press that through just about. There you go. It's kind of pushing back in there. So, boy, the alignment points are sure a lot easier to get at like this. It's too bad it wasn't like this with a platform on there. So lots of alignment points there. So that's what the top side of the chassis looks like without the tuning assembly on it. So it was relatively easy to get off. It looks complex, but just some desoldering in areas that you wouldn't suspect. One here, and then some wires that were holding the tuning assembly. I'll show you the tuning assembly here on the bottom side, and just remove all some screws in the way it came. So yeah, lots of things that were desoldered and everything, but not as bad as I figured it was going to be. I thought I'd have to remove this off of here as well. We'll take a look at that here in just a moment. Here's the tuning assembly removed from the chassis, and as you can see, that switch is part of the bottom platform here. That's really hard to see because all those coils were right on top of this here. So now that I have this off, it's stuck here. So now that I have this all off, I can clean this up and also get the rewiring done on here as well, because all this crusty wiring is going to have to be replaced. So I'll put a bunch of wires on here and basically have a harness maybe sticking off to about here and get that all redone. Try and get the colors as close to the way it was as possible, and then that way I can just match them up to what was there. So this will get brand new wiring up there, and any type of cloth wiring that can remain that is still good, I'd like to leave. But any of the stuff that's cracked and that needs to be replaced will definitely go. So lots of work to do here. So I come back down to my workbench and this is on here, and this obviously means that this doesn't work. So I know my other half has been having problems with her flat iron for a little while. She had to shake it and the thing would come back to life. So let's open this thing up and find out what's going on, if this is how it opens up. Now, I'm not totally unfamiliar with this thing because Okay, with the gates, my big transmitter, whenever I would transmit on the gates, this iron would go crazy. There it is. So what would end up happening is the elements would turn on. This was years and years and years ago now, though. The elements would turn on. So I opened this thing up and I put some RF, basically blocking, I guess you could say, in there. A little bit of decoupling inside this thing. Let's see, get the proper screwdriver for that. So, but it's been years. Give me a second here. So let's open this thing up and see what goes on here. I think this is the way it worked. I'm hoping this is the way it worked. It's starting to unfold. Let's remove this. And this. You may hear some planes in here. If you do, just ignore them. I'm telling you, every time I hit the record button, 50 planes come flying over. I think this is everybody's issue, though. Anybody that does any type of filming at any rate. Okay. That's looking still pretty normal. Alright, so what do we want to do now? We want to get this thing off. All the control circuitry was in here, right? Right. The other side is just an element, I'm sure. And two leads going up in there? Yep. So that would mean that the sensing portion is in this. So. Okay, so what's going on in here? You see some of the RF blocking I've added in here years ago. And that looks like to be the issue right there. Actually, look at that. Can you see that? I'll zoom on in. Anyways, this looks to be the issue right here. So that's broken right off there. So I think that is going to fix this. These are Teflon wires. Alright, I just popped the last cap back in here, and I put a little bit of silicone lubricant on here, and also tensioned up the little contacts where this rides on in here. As you can see, this can go around in circles so that the cord doesn't twist up, and as we can see, that really works well, right? So what I'm going to do here is turn the temperature rate down to almost nothing here, and I want to see if it cycles, and if it cycles, we're good. So there we go. I think this needs to go into the isolation transformer. Okay, here we go. Oh, there is light. Alright, the temperature's down to its lowest it'll go, so it should cycle if this is going to work properly. There's a lot of light here. Let's see what happens. There we go. If I turn this up, it should stay on a little longer. And there it is. Okay, now this can be turned the other way, I guess. If I don't know what do I have here. I guess I'll have to use this. There. Now she'll be happy. Now I can get back to work on this radio again. Now that the important stuff is out of the way, hair crisis averted, let's remove some capacitors. So these are clipped out of circuit and they're just held in here by some screws. You can see they're kind of loose. So this one here should just unthread. A lot of times you can just hold the nut on the bottom like I'm doing and unthread it. It's getting a little tight. Hopefully that'll keep coming off. It will. Alright. There we go. That doesn't sound like a very healthy capacitor. So these here are just dummy caps. They just sit in the chassis to make it look somewhat realistic. That's all. Era specific, I guess. I usually hold on to these things. A lot of people like to restuff these things and put capacitors inside here. And it's fine if you want to do that. But then you got to cut this whole thing open and clean it out. And if you ever want to repair the radio again, you got to open the thing back up again and change the parts and put it all back together. So what I like to do is just use these as dummy caps, leave them on the chassis, trim the lead short just so they plug the holes and they makes it look realistic, and put the new caps on the other side. Not like this, but something like this. And that way it's very easy to service in the future. You don't have to go prying apart filter cans. It came out really easy, right? So I'll just trim the leads off and put that in there. So there it is. And most likely, they've probably been replaced throughout time anyways. I doubt they're the originals. So that is done. Now, the IF transformers got really bad wiring on them. They're going to need to be removed as well. So I'm going to take the IF transformers out and put new wire in them, and then clean them up and put them back in here as well. And since we're just about down to a bare top chassis, why not remove the power transformer as well and clean it up? The power transformer is just about completely unhooked. I've marked the wires to some of the pins that they attach on the tube sockets. 4 dots is pin number 4, and 8 dots between, so I just put a small 8 right there. And if I lose track, I'm really not too worried. I'll just open it out and reconnect it anyways. So, yeah. One of the things that's kind of aggravating about this manufacturer is that once they solder to these little tabs here, these brown tabs to the chassis, they bend them down, and they crimp the actual wire into the opening. So you can see this little punch opening under here. Can you see that? So it's just a punch in the chassis. That's not a shadow. That's an actual opening. And then they solder to them, or they wrap the wires, and then they push them down. Most manufacturers don't do that. You just wrap the wires, and then you put some solder on here, and then the next time you want to get the thing apart, you just desolder and pull the wires off without crimping it hard towards the chassis like this. And they've soldered to this. So they put the wires through, pushed it down, and then soldered it. So a little bit excessive. And that makes removing the wires, example, this one right here, very difficult. So I'm going to have to rewire the dial. This wire is all like very crispy. So what I'll do is I'll just very gently remove this, like so. And I get that out of the way. So I'll just leave these wires here. There's a black one and 2 green ones here. And then this is the filament string that gives filament to the entire radio. So this here, it looks like at some point maybe it shorted out and somebody joined it to another wire here. This is a different wire, and then to this here. And then this one runs all the way down here. I really don't know. So what I'm going to do is I'll clip this one here, and then that way I know this wire goes to this side. And it's probably not really all that important which wire goes to which side. But yeah, I think what I might actually do is I'll just desolder this in, mark this, and then that way I'm not going to be left with short lead length, because this is looking like it's getting pretty tight. If I cut that, I'm going to be pulling that tight. So what I'll do is I'll desolder this, and we'll take the transformer out. Alright, well I went and desoldered this side here, and they wrapped the lead so much around this post here that I'm going to have to take everything off. So I just pulled it and cut this, and I cut this one here, because this is going to have to get replaced anyways. So this is, I'm not going to leave this like this, right? So enough of a marking it anyway for me to put that back in there. So now, what we need to do is get ready. Mounting on the bottom here. Straighten all of these up. They're still pretty flexible, not really too crispy. Not like the other wiring here, that's for sure. So, of course I'm going to be picking all the hardware out of this thing. Just needs a good shake. So let's see, it's out of the way. There we go. Move this stuff out of the way. Well, that chassis sure is light without this thing on. I got a big tar-filled transformer. So it looks like it's in good condition still. This is very standard for these old transformers. They fill them full of tar on the bottom side here. And that's looking like it's okay. So what I'll most likely do before I go about putting this whole thing back together with this transformer is testing it out, making sure that I don't reassemble the entire radio with a bad transformer. I really doubt it's bad. I'm about to remove the IF transformers from the top. And one thing to note in some of these older radio receivers, they have a neutralizing connection in order to stop this thing from breaking into oscillation when you really peak the IF up. So when you have lots of sensitivity to the IF section, sometimes when you have tubes with caps on the tops of them, they get a little bit excited and want to break into oscillation. So they have a lead that comes out of this IF transformer and wraps around the yellow lead of the other IF transformer. It's kind of hard to see in there. I'm going to try and hold this up in midair and point to it at the same time. So you see this? Lead is just wrapped around this yellow wire. So let's see if I can hold this up and get some better light on it. There we go. The lamp and the shot there. So if you look in there, it's just wrapped around. So it comes out of this transformer here, runs over through here, and then it wraps basically one turn around the yellow lead that's coming out of this transformer. That is known, when you wrap a lead around another lead like that, that's known as a gimmick capacitor. And that's what they're using as the neutralizing capacitor. Basically, it's just one turn, so you're looking at a few picofarad or something like that. Just enough to give us a bit of feedback so the thing doesn't break into oscillation. So that's very important to know. So if you're ever working on an older radio receiver and you see one lead come out of a transformer, it goes nowhere, it just makes a loop around another lead. That's usually for neutralization. So what I'm going to do is just cut all the existing wires that go to the IF transformer, put all brand new wires in the IF transformer. And since this has to be wrapped around another lead, I may replace this with a solid. These are going to be replaced with stranded leads, and I'll run a solid lead wire here so that when I wrap it around, it'll stay wrapped around the yellow lead that will be replaced in this other transformer. So what I'll do is, let's see if I can do this all here on camera. So I'll just turn this off. I don't want to put any stress on that transformer down in there. I don't want to put any stress on that at all. So there's enough color left here that I can just follow the colors back. And again, not a big deal. I'll just trace the circuitry if anything else happens. So that's that. That looks good. 5/16. Do I have 5/16? Let's see here. I do. Get that out of the way. And can I get this down in here? Doesn't look like it is going to get very close to the wall there. I need to tilt this just a bit. Probably replace that with a 1/4 inch, not 5/16, and then that way I can get the nut driver down in there. And there's the IF transformer with the neutralizing lead. I'll just focus on this where it should be. So there's the neutralizing lead right there, and then we have what looks to be black, yellow, and red. So I'll replace those with the appropriate colors, leave myself some lead length, and then I can adjust that accordingly. While this is out, I'll remove the IF transformer. I'll show you what's inside this as well in just a moment, clear some of this stuff out of the way, and we'll check that out, show you what's inside these things. Okay, so here's one of the transformers. Let's open this one up. This one has a lead on the top, so I'll have to turn this off. So they're pretty much the same. It's just this one here doesn't have a lead that runs off the grid cap. That's all. So open this one up, and give us a bit of a press. So usually they come up fairly easy. So here it looks like it's trying to fight just a little bit. There it is. I put this around here to stop any wires from shorting to the case. And this is going to be extremely brittle. You can see this. Looks like they actually put a little rubber band in there way back when. So if I can open this up without destroying this, I doubt it. Probably I'll have to just wrap this with something new. This old paper is just so tender by now. Yeah, it's looking like I'm going to probably be replacing this. Yeah, it's just so brittle. So I'll just open this up and I'll replace this. Like I'm wrapping a Christmas present, but not so much. Let's see here. There we go, and that's what's inside one of these IF transformers. You can see variable capacitors on the top, and a bunch of coils that look to be in good condition. So it's looking good. I've spent a little bit of time cleaning up the tuning assembly, and it turned out okay. So basically, a toothbrush and the product that I use, I'm not endorsed by this company at all, but it works very well. It's a product called Vim, V-I-M. And I just went in here and just scrubbed away with a toothbrush and cleaned it up, and it turned out like this, which isn't too bad. So it's a lot better than it did. So I haven't done anything with the dial glass, I just removed it, and there's a piece of steel that is also painted flat black that sits in here like this. This is perfect, so I don't need to touch this. I have to clean that up a little bit yet, and as you can see, the gearing is all cleaned up. I tightened up this metal dial string. It was just a little bit loose, so now there is no slop. It's very positive, so you just basically move it, just touch this, and this responds right away, so that works very, very well. So I've got quite a bit of assembly here just to get this thing all back together. I've also cleaned this all up. There's a gear. I have a mark on it on the backside here, but there's a gearing assembly in here that works for the presets. This is the presets that sit back over here. So that all has to get reinstalled, and I have to get the timing right, and to resolder the wires that go to that switch here. And this here is pretty much cleaned up and ready to sit back on the chassis. Now I haven't done anything with the wiring yet. I'll do that just before I put this all back on. So I'll remove these lamps. So there's some screws here that I can remove. You can see that screw here, and there's another one on here. And depending on how you rotate the dial, like if I rotate the dial here, I can get to all the different screws. And then I'll just take this off as one assembly and then measure everything, map it out. I'm going to have to cut this off here because they've fed the wires through a little clip that's spot welded on. So I'll have to feed the new wires through that clip again. And I'll have all the new wires hanging off here before I put this back onto the chassis. So I'll show you that before that's done. So now I'm onto the chassis and start cleaning up the chassis and making it presentable as well. So it's coming along. The next thing to do is to take all the rust off of this chassis. Now, in order to keep the rust off this chassis, I'm going to have to paint this. There's just no way around it. If I use rust remover and clean this all off, it's just going to rust again. So the best thing to do is just to give it a coat of paint, and that way it'll stay looking nice for a very, very long period of time, and no rust will happen again. I noticed in the other radio receiver as well that the chassis is rusty, so I'm thinking that the plating is just very thin on these chassis. So the best solution is to remove the rust. So I'm going to remove the oscillator assembly, so that requires me removing these screws here and these screws here on these two capacitor assemblies. And I have to desolder this copper strap, this one down here. You see that blob of solder down there, and then there's another one over here. Remove some wires, remove the nut off the shaft here, and remove this little switch, and it should just slide back in. There's a couple of wires that will need to get removed and run off the assembly as well. Not a whole lot. So get that out of here and just clean the chassis off. I'm going to remove the controls as well. So I'll remove these controls, this is just held on by two wires right now, right here, or a wire coax, a piece of coax cable here running out. And the same with this. Right, I'll just remove this and get all of this stuff off the chassis so the chassis is clean. That'll allow me to clean this and paint this very nicely. And then I will start the reassembly procedure. So as I'm going through this and cleaning this up, I will bring all of you along through the experience. So I'm going to get going on that right now. These chassis soldering blobs are always a lot of fun, so I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold on to the end of this little copper strap that runs through, and I will grab my Weller iron with a modified tip. I have a video on this as well here on YouTube. And this makes very easy work of melting the solder. See, it's already melting. Of course, the chassis to this is a big heat sink. I'm just going to add a little bit of solder actually while I'm waiting. could actually grab this solder, it would be great. And see when you add some how much faster that is. The wires are all in the way. Look at that, it's almost turning this into a molten blob of solder already. So move this over here and just work this back, and that's just out there like that. And I'll do that with this one over here as well. So let's heat this one up. And that one is loose. And now I just got to do the two front ones and remove some screws and take this off. Just move this out of the way. Take this nut off on the front here, and this whole thing should just lift up and come up. Again, I still have to undo these as well. I'm leaving the capacitors tight to hold everything steady as I'm doing this because I don't want everything to shift. All the coils and everything are fastened to the switch, or to the actual wafer switch here, and to these caps. So if I loosen this off and I'm pulling on these wires, things might shift a little bit, so I want everything to remain solid while I'm removing the solder. And then after all the solder is removed, then I will just back this out and pull this out. I've already got all the wiring harnesses undone. You know, all the lighting is, I'll just back this out here. All the lighting has been taken off, as you can see here. It's all going to get rewired as well. Everything's wrapping around everything here. This is all removed, and let's see what else is removed. I removed both of the controls off the front here. Nice thing about this is the wiring, the clock wiring is still very flexible. It runs into the switch, and it's a good thing it is. Focus on this. And it's a good thing it is because they've riveted this little cover over the connections here. So it's nice that this wire is still nice and soft. This is probably the softest cloth wire in this entire radio, so that's very nice. Nothing's broken here, so that'll keep a little bit of the original look happening on the outside. Again, this is a mixture of vinyl and cloth wiring in this radio, so I'm mixing rubber vinyl wire again with cloth wiring should blend in quite nicely. I removed this control as well, so there's the chassis getting pretty stripped down. I've got this loose. So the little antenna transformer. All right, this is about the most difficult solder blob to get at down here because it's so close to this coil here, and luckily this is thin enough. You can see I've bent the tip already, and I touched it down there. I've added a bit of solder to make this just a little bit easier to do on camera. So I've got these little tools here that lock, and this will hold on to that little copper strip down at the bottom. So I'm going to do is bring this forward, this onto here like so. See that right there? Got it on the copper strip. Give it one click, and that'll hold that. And thankfully, there's quite a bit of room here, so I can lift this into this area right here. So I'm going to attempt to put this down in here, like so, just like that. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that. Let's see if I can get that in there. Be very careful around that coil, as you can see. And I'm trying to lift this. I have to put just a little bit of pressure on this. It's really hard to see because it's such a tight area. There it is. Let off just like that. So it's out of the solder blob. I'll very carefully open these, and there it is. Nice and free, ready to get resoldered. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to clean all this off as well. Once this is all removed, I'll clean off all this soldered area, and then I'll add new solder and a little bit of flux to that, and it should work quite nice. So it's just about ready to come out. Let's see what else can we do here. So what I'll do is I'll remove these right here and get that freed up. Okay, get that there. Lots of disassembly to bring this thing back. As you can see, this is going to just be hanging in here by the coil. That's the reason I left everything tight while this was happening. So you're probably asking yourself, boy, you're sure going through a lot of work to make this radio come back to life. Yes, it is a really neat radio, and it would be nice to preserve history. So if I put a coating on the chassis here, this is going to stop it from rusting. It'll be around another 80 years, and people can experience this. They can go, wow, that's what this was like way back when. And it was restored way back in 2021. Hey, you remember all that weird stuff happening in 2021? So back then, there's probably a history book saying that. Okay, let's see. There it is. Entire coil assembly is removed. So what I can do now is I can clean this up as well. This all nice and clean, and I'll just put this off to the side. Be very careful with it, and I'm just about ready to start masking things off here on the top side and get it ready to clean up. Still got to scrape all this stuff off. So that should be fun to get off. This here was really nice. This just kind of fell off. This one did, and this one almost fell off. A little bit of pulling, so maybe a bit of tugging or maybe some heat to the chassis and the surrounding area. Maybe this will just come off, and that'll make that really nice. So now that that's done, I can probably do this as well. So this is going to get rewired. So why not just take it off right here, like so. And there's a little coil in there. Doesn't look like it's been hot, which is kind of nice. And there's a nice big mica capacitor in there. The chassis has been cleaned up, as you can see. So this has been bead blasted, and this is now ready for paint. So that worked out okay. So that's nice and clean. So I just have to mask off the sockets and some small things here, and I can get this ready for paint. The reason I'm wearing these gloves is I don't want to get the oils from my hand on this because the metal will rust really quickly. So let's move this out of the way. And while I was at it, I also did the power transformer. So that's ready for paint as well. The nice thing about this glass bead blasting is it preps the surface as well. So you can see how it kind of looks a little bit sparkly here. That's because it is roughed up, and it takes paint very, very well. So paint will stick to this and be really, really, really good surface for paint. So that's that. And here are the IF transformers. Clean those up as well. Go in here. So I might paint these a darker finish. So this was a darker color. Now, I don't know if it was like that or if it was just incredibly dirty. It's kind of the color that's inside there. So I'll probably paint these a darker color. And of course, I'll paint the transformer a darker color. So that should really stand out on the chassis. It'll look really nice. And here's the little antenna transformer cover. So all of this should take paint very nicely. So what I'm going to do is get all of these painted up. And then in the meanwhile, while the paint is setting on this, is going to need some setup time. I don't want to be handling this after it's painted right away. I'll start working on the dial. So I'll start putting the new wiring onto the lamps and all that kind of stuff and feeding the wires through, things like that. And I'll show you how that's done in just a moment. Just before I go about removing the shielded grid lead on the top side of the chassis, so the shield is soldered right here, and this is the grid lead, I'd like to show you a pretty substantial mistake that DeForest Crosley has made. And if you design anything with vacuum tubes, you want to take note of this. So this is where the filament current comes from the transformer, and then it runs through this twisted lead. And the reason that they twist this is for the cancellation effect. And this is running from tube socket to tube socket, so it's basically going from here to here to here to here, and then to another tube socket here, and then the I-tube also gets fed off that. So you can see there's no leads twisted here, because it's kind of hard to do that. You can see they've twisted the leads just like one twist here, when it's running from tube socket to tube socket. So this is a filament lead right here. Now, the grid cap on the amplifying triode is extremely sensitive to hum or anything. So basically, if I put my hand even close to that tube, to the tube cap, while the radio's on, it will induce hum, like you'll hear hum in the speaker. If I put a screwdriver or something just close to that tube with the chassis upside down, again, we'll get hum. So we know that the grid cap of the amplifying triode is extremely sensitive, and that's the reason that they've shielded it on the upper side of the chassis, okay? So some of the metal tubes, not the spray shield tubes like this, but the metal tubes, they have a little cap that pops on top of the metal tube itself and acts as shielding to keep everything shielded. So for the, like the 6K7, we'll say, all right, the 6K7 tube has a cap on the top, whereas the 6SK7, they moved the grid connection to the base of the vacuum tube, and that's how that works with the S series. So the 6Q7, right, would have the cap on the top, where the 6SQ7 has the connection on the bottom, so on and so forth. So now we can see here, we have a lead running directly over a filament line. Now keep in mind that there's 4 tubes after this. There's this tube, a tube here, another tube in the front, and the I-tube is all pulling current on this filament line here. So there's going to be a substantial field on this wire, and that is going to induce hum into the radio receiver. There's just no way around it. It will make this thing hum. Now it might not be incredible, but it'll be enough to be noticeable in the speaker all the time. So in order to improve the performance of this radio receiver, I'm going to definitely move this connection here away from this filament lead. Look at that, like it's right on that AC line. I'll just zoom on in here as close as I can get. It's right. See that there? It's right on the line. Right? Again, substantial current being drawn on this, right? Now the filament lead isn't running in parallel with it, so it's not going to pick up a whole lot. It's just jumping over, but there is still area, and there will be coupling between these. So what I need to do is desolder this blob right here, and then take the shielded wire off the top side here. So you can see this shielded wire on the top that runs up to the grid cap, right? So I'll put a new piece of wire on here, and just go from there. As you can see, I've done a lot of masking here already. Let's put this down, and I'll show you what's going on. Pardon the camera as I'm grabbing the lens there, a little bit of a shake. So I've masked off all the tube sockets, as you can see, and it's pretty much ready for paint, but I want to get this lead out of here before I do that. So I'll end up desoldering this here and fixing that up. I'll leave the lead out until all this is all set, and I'll work with the chassis later on once the paint is all done. But that is a real substantial mistake. I'm very surprised that just got past, quality inspection or whatever. Like, I mean, that's ridiculous. Right over a filament lead. So definitely going to be fixed. That will lower the hum at the speaker in this radio substantially. The chassis and the rest of the IF cans transformer and the little antenna transformer cover have all been painted now, and I have to wait for that paint to cure for a couple of days. I want paint to get nice and hard before I go about handling the chassis and everything and putting everything all back together. So there's lots of stuff to do in that couple of days. So what I'll do is I will start removing the light assembly from this dial here, and I'm going to just run a whole bunch of wires out here, and I'll just leave them probably about this long. So I'll just have the wiring hanging off here, and that way, when I'm ready to install this, everything is just ready to go back in. So, and that'll be the same thing for the I-tube here. I'll rewire the I-tube socket, and I'll also have to make that little extension, and I'll show you that when I do that, to hold the other I-tube really close. It's a much smaller I-tube, so I have to get all of that ready, and I'll have another wiring harness just kind of hanging off as well, and just get this whole thing ready. And then, of course, I'll put the dial lights back in here and have that wiring harness hanging off as well, so this thing is going to look like an octopus when it's done. So what I'll do is I'll get this screw out down here. So I'll grab the screwdriver and pop that in there like so. Add a bit of a twist. Use a combination of these slot-headed screws and Robertson screws on this. It'd be nice if they just kept everything all the same. The Robertson screw would have been really beneficial in here, because it's very positive and it locks in. So if we get to this one up here, there's one screw right up in there. See that? Probably move the dial back just a little bit. There. See that one there? I'll get this one out of here. Like that. Just loosen it off. It's like fall on the bench. There it is. And then there's one on the bottom down here as well. I'll get rid of this one. And hoping that this whole assembly will just come out relatively easy. It looks like it will if I take it out this way here. So now, let's get rid of this. Again, this is spot welded onto the front here. I don't know if you can see that. I'll just zoom on into this here a little bit. You can see this is spot welded onto here, and they've run the wires through this, so I'm going to have to do the same thing. So I'll most likely take this whole thing out and leave this the way it is, or very close to the way it is. Leave all the wiring the same length. So you can see that here. Leave all the wiring the same length, and then put this down on something. Maybe even tape these onto a piece of paper. Back this on here. Tape this onto a piece of paper, and then just rewire it so it holds the sockets in place. I really don't want to bend these wires too much because I want to kind of keep its form. There's that, and it looks like I will. Look at that. So just move this out of the way. I'll recolor these as well. Now, my better sense tells me that I should most likely get a colored LED and put it on the backside here and just have it shine in very close. I could even make something that would almost clip right onto here, and that way it would never get hot. This thing here would never, go away after that, and it would always be a solid color. And on the other hand, I really don't want any solid state stuff in this because of the depth of restoration that I'm going to for this. So I think I'll stick with the incandescent bulbs, and I'll just recolor this. This is supposed to be a color, right? And that shines through this little arrow. So it looks, red. I think the same as the other one on the bottom. So there's 2 red ones. And then the inner one, I think, is green. I can see it from here. You can see that it's green in there, so that's okay. So maybe I'll just recolor this. It would be so much better to use an LED, but in the same way, it's kind of, I don't know, it just doesn't fit in this situation, I guess. I know there'll be some of you that are saying, yeah, go for the LED, make a little mod, and others will go, don't do that, that's horrible. So it really is a personal preference thing. So I think I'm just going to stick with this. So as you can see, this is holding its form, which is very, very nice. So what I'm going to do now is I'll take this, put this on a piece of cardboard, and I'm going to tape this down, probably with some Gorilla Tape or something like that, to tape these down. And then at that point, this will be solid on the cardboard, and then I can desolder the wires, and everything will stay in its position, and I can rewire this entire thing, and it'll just fit right back in. So I'll get that done, and I'll show you how this is going to look when this is all finished. Look at this. Look at this here, it's all siliconed up. I don't even think that's going to come out that way. There's a little piece of tape on this side. So let's cut this side and poke it through this way here. There it is. Look at these wires. It's falling apart. So yeah, you can see how that's spot welded. So I'm going to have fun fitting all those new wires through there. So I'm using 18 gauge wire for this. So I think it should probably 4 wires should fit through there okay. All right, I'll get this rewired and I'll put that in and I'll show you how that's done. a little bit of felt marker on that, and that looks pretty good. So that should shine nice and red now. I might do that to the other red one as well, just in case it has been faded. The green one looks pretty solid. I have a green felt as well if I need to do that. So that should make that okay. Put this out of the way. And so this is what I've done with the lamps. So what I've done is I've taken some really sticky tape and put this down like so. This is where the wiring harness goes out. And this will allow me to work on this without these moving around. And I can basically size up the wiring, and this will just fit right back on that little moving dial. And I'll leave quite a bit of lead link here because this has to have a little bit of a loop in it because there's a strainer lead as it's turning around, right? And then leave some extra that'll run down to that switch. So I'll get that all put together and I'll be back. I have the new wiring installed on the lamps here. So this is nice high temperature wire. And I've used some silicon coated shielding here. It's a fibrous tubing with a silicon coating on the top in the parts where the actual silicone will touch this metal frame, and there's just no way around it. Even in the factory, that's how this worked. So I've experimented with this a long time, moving this clip around to different angles to find the point of least contact throughout the entire travel, and this is it. So what I'll do is I'll show you, for any of you that are rebuilding a DeForest Crosley, you might want to take note of this. So this is at the end of its travel down here, and what I've also done is I've filed all the corners of these metal brackets smooth. Up in this area, up here it's filed smooth, and down in here. And it's very important because from the factory, this was actually really sharp. So this is nice and smooth now, and then of course with this pipe and that silicone, that smooth silicone coating, when it touches at the top here, it won't cut through. So what I'll do is, there's a point of contact here, right, and where these two silicone pipes touch, there's a point of contact. So this is right at the end here, so there's a little bit of contact here, right as the wiring comes to the end. Now what I'll do is I will show you how this works. So I'll turn the dial here. Now as you can see how this is unwinding, it's because there's a twist here, and then it comes out of the bracket on this angle. Now this is the best angle to reduce the interference. So there's a bit of interference here, you can see, so as that goes around there, and that's to the end. So that's the end of the dial there. So there's a little bit of touching here, and this is the way it was from the factory, keep that in mind. So this is just extra protection for the wiring, this fibrous tubing. And it comes around, as you can see, as it starts to curl up, it puts that bend in here and prepares it to go under this portion of the bracket. See that? And then that just guides it. Right now it's touching this point right here, and that just guides it under nice and smooth. The factory eye-tube for this, as talked about earlier, is the 6X6, and of course it's long since bad. So I'm going to replace that with a 6AF6 right here. This is a much more common tube, and it has a dual shadow angle just like this. Basically, the top end of this tube is the top end of this tube right here with just no triode. This triode that is missing in the replacement tube will be fitted on the chassis, so this should work out really nice, and this is replaceable. There's quite a few of these still available. So that makes a nice replacement for a tube that is long since gone. Now, the socket for the 6X6, they put this little cup in here, most likely maybe for marketing reasons or something like that. So you can see the base of the 6X6 will fit down inside here like this, right? Whereas a standard tube won't fit. It just stops it from fitting. So maybe you would buy a replacement 6X6 way back when, and it was a big deal to have that tube, and it would fit. And they're like, oh, it won't fit in here. Well, this can just be removed. This little piece right here. These tube sockets here, this remote tube socket is a very common piece. So getting this apart isn't too big of a deal. I'll just get this clip off of here. Let's move that off. Can. And there it is. Let's get that out of the way. And I'm going to have to make the adapter with this to fit the 6AF6 up in there. And let's see, right about here is where we would probably, you can see there's a little notch. So what we'll do is get this screwdriver in here and give this a bit of a twist. And I'll just work my way around like so. And there it is. Just comes apart like this. Take this all out of here. Nice little shield to stop the wiring from touching the can. I'll keep that because that's in good condition. And as you can see, this thing here will just slip off. And this will just pop back together without that. And in that way I can use this tube because now this tube will plug into here quite nicely. So this will have to be fitted. Let's move all this stuff out of the way. This will have to be fitted up into here. So that will have to sit right up in there. So I'm going to hold this here and turn this the other way around. So we have our eye tube in the center. So what I need to do is make this bracket. So this will fit on the cup, right? So just say the tube socket was on here. This cup would be on here like this. And then this clip would be on here. But the difference is this is going to now be sitting way up in here, whereas the mounting is down here. So I'll have to make a little extension that will run up and hold the tube in over here. And that's what I will work on next, along with rewiring this appropriately so that I will work with this tube. And there'll be another wiring, somewhat of an umbilical cord here sticking off that will run down into the chassis. The eye-tube socket has been rewired for the 6AF6, so the twisted pair brown lead are the filament wires, and there's only 3 other leads needed to make this work. Both ray control electrodes are tied together, and that is the blue wire, the target is the purple wire, and the cathode is the black wire. So all of these leads will make this eye-tube perform just like that original 6X6. I've also pig welded up the bracket that's going to hold this closer to the valve face, and I painted that, so the paint is setting right now. So the next thing on the list to do is to start rewiring the IF transformers and get some lead length on those and get those ready to reinstall back in the chassis. So I'll grab one of those and I'll show you exactly how I'm going to do that. I've replaced the black wire in this IF transformer already with this new one right here. So this one here will be the next one that we will do together. Now, depending on your soldering skills, you may feel more comfortable in just trimming the wire off and then soldering a new wire to the inside here. Or if you're more confident with your soldering skills, you can cut the wire off like so and remove the green wire from there. And you can desolder it from here. So usually what they do is they put the wire on the outside and fold it on the inside here because of the close clearance to the shell. So a lot of the times you can just heat this, pull that up like so at first, and then just take the wire out, just that easy. And then if you want, you can vacuum it out. If you have a vacuuming tool, so you can vacuum this out. So you want to be careful again because there's a really fine wire there, right, that runs off to this coil here. So you can see that's in there. So what I'm going to do is push this out of the way so I can put the new wire in here quite comfortably. And then all I will do is feed the new green wire into there, which of course I don't have on the bench. I have every color except the green wire. I just the black one. So I have to go get a green wire, and I will put that in here. We'll grab that. I'll be right back. All right, I got some green wire. I tell you, I have every color on this bench possible. Blue, brown, red, every single color here it seems. Yellow, orange, white, so purple, all sorts of different colors. And then of course green, the wire that I removed to show you is missing. So actually what I'll do here is I'll put this through here like this. And then what I want to do is I want to hold this down while I'm soldering this, so I can use this little tab here that this little area here that they've got just to hold it while I'm soldering, just like that. So that works out really well. Insulation off of the piece that I'm going to solder here. And give it a big press. And that should be good. And what I'll do is solder to this. like so. There it is. Let that set for 1 second here. There we go. It's solid down. And what I'll do is I'll cut off a little bit of length. I'll just make all the lead length the same. Very close to here. There's that. And that's done. I often get the question, Paul, why don't you show us how you do this stuff on camera? Why don't you show us how you solder this? So you know what I'll do? I'll take you through the yellow wire soldering. Now I like this red stuff, this 18 gauge much better because you can see I can move this around, right? And it hardly moves. There's a bit of a relief here so that it doesn't pull the wire out of the IF transformer. You look at this one. See how much that moves around? So using this larger wire is a better solution once it's tinned. It's much more rigid. So that's a definite improvement. Now mind you, this is only going to get moved until you mount this inside the chassis and it'll never get moved again. But still, it would be a real pain if you were to install this and say, one of these little wires was to pull off. You can even see I can twist this. Whereas there's just absolutely no way I can twist this 18 gauge wire. So yeah, a little bit scary at that point. So I'm looking forward to changing this out with an 18 gauge wire. So what I need to do is take this off of here. So I'll just do this on camera. And hopefully I can keep this all into the shot because the camera is very, very sensitive to movement at this focal range here. The camera's quite a ways away. So of course it has to be above the desktop. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll grab this with my surface mount tweezers, and then what I'm going to do, that's that little wire that comes out of the IF transformer there. And what I'm going to do is just heat this and pull that off carefully. See that? So that is now released. And then what I'm going to do, now that this is off of here, is I'll just move this out of the way like so. So I can get this yellow wire out. I want to leave this on while I'm desoldering it because I can heat this, and very quickly, here's the trick. You heat the top, you very quickly move this up, and then it unwraps this. So if you heat it too much, then the whole thing will want to move. So if you just get the top hot, this will pull up, and I'll show you what I mean here, and it just makes removal easy. So heat this up just like so, like that, see that? Now I can twist this, and it just comes right out. See how easy that is? So all about timing. Of course, doing this about a million times. Okay, so that is now cleaned off, and I have a piece of yellow wire already ready to go here. So what I'll do is just put this in here, like this, and then what I want to do is use this to hold it, which is really nice. Makes things a lot easier. So bend that straight, just like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tin this whole thing. So I'm going to get this little wire out of the way, and I'll attach that later. So I'll just tin this whole thing. So I'll add a little bit of flux to the wire, and that way it'll tin really easily. Just like that. And just run the wire along here, so there's a bit of solder, and once it takes, just be able to move right along. Like so. Alright, let that sit for just a moment. You can see it slowly hardening up there. So now I've got this wire, and I don't want to pull this tight because I want to leave a strain relief here, right? There's quite a bit of wire there, and you do that because there's movement when you're installing this, right? So it doesn't take much to fasten this to this. All you want to do is really just put a loop around here. Just like that. And I just want it to go around the other side so that it doesn't try and unravel while I'm soldering it. So I can see this little end right here. I think I'm actually not doing this on camera. Hopefully this is looking okay. I'll look up at the camera in just a moment. Okay, so that'll hold that. Alright, it is in focus, that's good. Alright. Well, what I'll do is I'll just touch this to here, like so. And that's it. It's redone. Now you can see there's a strain relief here, so there's actually quite a bit of wire here. See that? All that wire that's running into the IF transformer. So if this moves around, as you can see, which it hardly does now. See how much more rigid it is with this better wire? You can see that, right? So that'll last a term, and I can be gentle with it, but when you're pulling wires through chassis and things like that, that's what you end up with. So you end up with breaking things off if things are tough. So there it is. There's all the brand new wires on the bottom portion of this IF transformer. And now I just have to do the other one. The other one has actually another lead on the bottom here, which is that neutralizing lead, and it has a grid cap lead on it. So there's lots of leads on the other one. So I'll get that all done, and on to the next portion of this restoration. Another step that you may want to do is just make sure that both of the coils are good before you put this whole thing back together. So the bottom coil goes from the red to the yellow lead here. So what I'll do is I'll just put my probe leads on here. Make sure that I have continuity, no problems. So that's the bottom one. And then the upper one goes from the green to the black lead. So I'll just put this on here, like so, and like so. And no problems there either. So both of the coils in the IF transformer are okay. You probably would want to test this after you rewire it or do something as invasive as this, because if for some reason you've tugged on something and one of the leads is, say, loose or it's not connected, and you put the entire radio back together and you wire this all in, all the wiring is tucked in the chassis, and you find out that one of these coils is open, that would probably give you a pretty bad day. I'm just about ready to start putting all this back together. This is what the chassis looks like after it has been painted and cleaned up. What a difference. And I'll show you one other component here. This is the power transformer. So there you have it. I like the finish. It worked out very well. So this will all get mounted back together, and this radio should look pretty close to new, if not a little bit better, very, very soon. So I gotta get the rubber grommets, vinyl grommets into the chassis here and put the oscillator assembly back in, and the IF transformers back on, and all that stuff. And once I have everything mounted here, even before I start wiring it again, I'll show you exactly what's going on. This is the dial light assembly for the radio right here. So these here attach to the dial face, and they light up the glass dial. So this all needs to get cleaned up. I'll clean all this up as well. As you can see, the wiring's all breaking. Look how brittle this is, right? You can just break it just by doing that. So all that all needs to get replaced. It's very easy to get out of here. So just heat that little button in the middle. This gets soldered in there, and you pull the wire out and put a new wire in and resolder it. And then of course the other wire is attached to this tab right here. Now keep in mind that this has a center tapped filament transformer. So this barrel is not connected to the chassis. It's isolated from the chassis. So if this touches the chassis like that, you'll short the power transformer. So something to keep in mind. So always make sure that there's a bit of a space between this and this bracket right here, just like so. You definitely don't want these to touch, or magic smoke will come out of the power transformer. Now what they've done is, I don't know, it's just kind of ugly. They have these attached to the dial face, and then they have a wire that runs around the front of the dial, and another wire that runs around the front of the dial, and it runs to this thing, which pokes through the wooden case of the radio and sits on the front, and this lights up the presets. Now Kapton tape is the exact same color as this little film that's broken off, so I'll just put some of that over there, and it'll give it a nice orange glow. So surprisingly similar Kapton tape to this stuff. So I'll fix that up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a separate wire assembly for this. I'm not going to have this attached here because it looks horrible having these wires that go around the front. So I'll have these as a twisted pair running down to the same point where this switch is, and then running into the chassis, and I'll have a separate twisted pair running out to this lamp. And also make servicing easier as well because I can have a little bit of access lead length. I can move the chassis to the side and push this through easier, and put the chassis back in. So it's a big benefit to do that, and it just makes things look a lot much nicer as well. So lots of rewiring to do there, and then of course once this is done, this will just screw the dial face. And I don't have this thing hanging off as I'm also working on the radio, ready to scratch the brand new paint job off as I'm moving things around, right? This is the switch for the different bands, so this lights up the appropriate little pointer on that movable scale that was just rewired. So you can see, is the band switch, this contact here will touch this one, or this one. So it goes like this. And that gives us our little arrows that light up. I've rewired everything the same color as what's here, so yellow goes to yellow, red goes to red, white goes to white, black goes to black. And that should make things a lot easier on me. The tuning assembly has been completely rebuilt and reassembled, and now this is ready to go back on the chassis again. So both of the variable resistors, the tone and volume control right here, and here, have been cleaned, taken apart and cleaned. And the presets have been put back on, and the gear has been timed correctly with the switch here. So when this is in its appropriate position, this switch is in the correct position. So very important to take notes when you're taking this stuff apart. So for those of you, if you have taken this thing apart, when this is in its extreme clockwise position, so it won't go any farther, and this is pointing to about 11 o'clock, the first black lead on this side is selected, and the first white lead on this side is selected. And then as you rotate it, it will select like this all the way down. Just in case you've taken yours apart and didn't mark that down. So the cap has been cleaned and new resistors installed. They put some light shields on top of the bulbs as well to stop the bulbs from shining on the back and then partially illuminating the other arrow. So that worked out quite well. And that's about it. So it's ready to be installed. So I'll get this back on the chassis and start working on the chassis, getting that all wired up as well. I figure before I put in the oscillator and antenna coil assembly, I should probably test this capacitor right down here because it's right up against the chassis. And of course, I'm not going to be able to get down in there to desolder this if I need to get this 200 picofarad capacitor out. That's 200 picofarad. This one up here is the same capacitor, 200 picofarad as well. So we'll test them both. So I'll turn this on, and I'll put the positive lead here and the signal lead here. And that's very bad. So that is the last light on the red scale. After that, it goes to the yellow scale and then counts down an entire yellow scale before this goes green. So that 200 picofarad capacitor is leaking. So let's test out the exact same 200 picofarad capacitor, but on the top side here. Let's see if it's okay. As you can see, I have them both unhooked at this point, ready to test. No problems with that 200 picofarad capacitor. Isn't that funny? The one that's hardest to get is the one that's bad on the bottom. Oh, by the way, on a normal leakage tester, that capacitor tests fine. So this goes to show you, this thing is worth its weight in gold. I would put this thing back together, and that would have been an issue that cropped up. So yeah, well, it's an issue right now. So what a pain. So yeah, just hit the turn this off and test it again, and as you can see, no problems. I'll move this down to the bottom to this cap right here. What a pain. Turn it off, discharge it, turn it back on, same thing. So very faulty. Let's test it for capacitance. How does that sound? Let's test the good one first. The red lead here, and we'll go to say, just so the leads aren't touching. Pretty close to 200 picofarad. There's 2 or 3 picofarad of parasitic capacitance in this because of the posts, so it's almost spot on. All right, so to give you an example here, I'll just remove the leads, and you can see the parasitic capacitance inside the meter. So I'm on the 200 picofarad scale. It's about 3.4, 3.3 picofarad of parasitic capacitance in here between the parts. So this is over the 200 scale right at the end, so 202. So this one at the top is almost spot on. Very, very close. I wouldn't expect it to be any closer. So let's test the one on the bottom. The bad one. And that tests at 215, 214, 213, something like that. It just depends on how I move the meter. Again, there's some parasitic capacitance in there, so it's probably like 211, 212. And the added capacitance is most likely due to the leakage resistance. So these things use time to tell you the capacitance. So basically, it's measuring the amount of time it takes to charge this capacitor, and it's doing some math inside to give you a capacitance reading. If there's leakage resistance inside the capacitor, it takes longer to charge, therefore showing you a higher reading, hence the leakage in this capacitor, which a normal leakage tester will not show you. My iCube tester will not recognize this problem here. So I've done this many times. I've compared the two, so you can see this in my other videos as well. So this thing's worth its weight in gold. If you're interested in building something like this, definitely check out Patreon. All the plans are up there, schematics, circuit board layouts, and everything all ready for you to build something like this if you're interested in being very thorough about testing things like this. So I'll get this capacitor changed and test some other ones on here and get this thing reinstalled. The vinyl grommets are installed in the chassis, so the tuning assembly can sit on the top. So it's a vinyl grommet and a half. So this vinyl grommet is in the chassis, and then I cut the vinyl grommet in half and put the other half on the top to get the clearance right. Now, this little collar sits in the center of the original factory rubber grommet, and as you can see, it's just a little bit higher than the vinyl grommet. So one half of another vinyl grommet, and the collar is inside, but it allows this to compress just a little bit to hold everything tight, so that'll work very well on the upper portion of the chassis. So what I do is I cut a vinyl grommet in half. I stick a drill bit, that's the exact diameter on the inside of the grommet, and then I put a sharp knife on here, and I just roll the knife, and it cuts this perfectly. And then I'll just separate this down here on the bench. I've got this here. So what I do is I take the upper half of the rubber grommet, the one that's been cut in half, and I put a dab of super glue on the bottom one. I stick this collar in here just like this so that it's perfectly centered. All right, I'll just use this as an example. And then what I do is I push this down on it like so, hold it tight for just a moment, let the super glue onto the vinyl grommet. And then before it glues to the metal collar, I just poke the metal collar out, and then it falls down inside the chassis. And then this here, right, this piece here is now glued to the other grommet. So the vinyl glues almost instantly on this, whereas it doesn't glue the collar very quick, so you can push the collar out. And that gets the alignment perfect. Now, the reason that I glue them is because if you don't glue these things and you put the tuning mechanism on, trying to put everything together, get the collar in, keep these, correct, centered and everything's just falling all over the place. So a little tap of super glue will keep you sane as you're putting this thing together, because it can get very frustrating with things falling all over the place. So that's that. So I just gotta get the tuning assembly onto the top now and attach the ground straps and onto the next part. Well, hi there. It feels like forever. It's been 5 days since the last video shot, so you can see a lot has happened in that 5 days. So I've got the underside of the chassis completely wired, and as you can see, it's pretty much ready to go on the top side. So I want to share the first power up with all of you. I don't even have a line cord on it yet, so what I'll do is just clip a line cord onto the transformer or something like that. And another thing while I'm working on it, it's kind of a pain to have that cord hanging off because whenever I'm flipping the chassis around like a million times, the cord's always flipping around, and it is a reproduction cloth cord, and I don't want to damage it, so just clip the cord onto the primary of this transformer. I also have to install a fuse and do all that stuff. Haven't installed the tube socket for the I-tube yet. So this here will be the I-tube driver. So I'll try and disguise that like one of these tubes here. Maybe try and find another spray shield type tube or something like that. You know, come across that when I get to that point. But everything else is it's all coming together very nicely. Everything cleaned up nice, and the chassis is the paint is set. Same with the IF transformers and the main power transformer and everything like that. So what I'll do is I will turn this around. I'll show you what I've done on the front, and then we'll take a look at the underside, and then I will continue. We'll power this thing up together and see if this thing makes any noise after completely being taken down to virtually nothing except tube sockets and a little bit of wiring, which is now almost all completely replaced. Here's how all that new wiring attaches to the front of the radio here. So this is that little switch that's controlled by this arm right here. So originally, what they had, it was just wiring that ran out here, and then just basically a single wire. And what it did is, let's move this down here so you can see it, it's soldered to this point right here. So that wire from there was continually moving like this, right? And that's quite a bit of travel for that wire to be continually moving, and eventually it's going to snap. So what I did is I took some very high strand count, silicone shielded rubber, lots of silicone rubber test leads, very, very high strand count in here, very, very fine little fibers of copper inside this. So very, very flexible, designed to be continually bent, right? Because it's basically a test lead. And then what I did was I measured this so that when this goes up, it doesn't bind on that screw. It's actually still free here. You can see that, and there's still a lot of room. So when I do this, all it's doing is basically unwinding, and there's very little travel. You can see that this virtually stays straight in this area. See that? So there's very little flex on this point here. So this is just a solution to stop wear. Now, of course, you have to turn the band switch a whole lot to even break that other wire off, but this will probably last another 80 or 100 years, however long this thing's around. It's virtually, there's no movement there at all. This screw down at the bottom here, there was one up at the top that holds this little wafer board on. So what I did is I replaced that screw with a little post. So it's a ceramic solderable post. And as you can see, if I move this around, see how that virtually stays straight there, and there's no flex at that joint either? See that? So the only movement is in the real gradual rounded portion of the wire. So that should last a long time. Now the antenna transformer sits right at this point right here, a little can that sits here, and I'm going to replace that. But there's a good chance that I may not use that transformer for reasons I'm going to show you here in just a little bit. So the filament leads come out here, go to here, and then it's a tie point. These leads run off to that light that's on front of the radio. So it pokes through the front, and I would put that little lamp on and then push this back. And then this here just sits off to the side. And that's kind of slippery here the way I'm holding this. I have to remove the rear tubes, as you can see here, because if I lay this back, what happens is those tubes, this will lay on those tubes, right? So, and anyways, there's two separate filament strings here. So there's a filament string that runs up to the lamps, and there's a separate filament string that runs up to the actual needle pointer, the little pointer needle lights here. So these are separate. And then these are separate, and they're both on their own wiring system, which runs down here, and I'll show you that in a moment. You can see the new tab here that was soldered in the front here. So this was soldered before it was painted, and I just soldered this on later on. See the new filament string here for the, you can call it filament string for these bulbs. Runs here and then underneath the chassis. So what I need to do now is I need to turn this upside down, but I need to brace this. So it's without the filter capacitors and everything on the underside, there's a big gap in the back, so I have to prop the back side of the chassis up so it will stay even. So I'll get that done, and I'll talk a little bit about what's been done on the underside. And if you're restoring a radio, you can use some of these hints to maybe help you through your restoration. Again, this has been about 5 days, maybe a little over 5 days that I've been working on this since you saw this as a bare chassis. So lots and lots of time went into this. It really just, it takes a lot of patience is all it takes, and just taking your time. As you can kind of see right here in the corner, right on the bottom here, you can see how much wiring there is. Lots and lots of redone wiring. Okay, I'll get the chassis flipped up and bring it back. Here's a closer look at the underside of the chassis. So lots of stuff done here. So first of all, the little button cells that replace these have been soldered in. I'll tip the chassis on the side here in a little bit, and I'll show you this. And also that neutralizing wire, the little gimmick capacitor under here. I'll also show you that. So you can see that these little holders are empty, and that's because the button cells, the newer ones, don't fit in here, and polarity is reversed on top of that. So the new little button cells are just soldered in place, and they're on two little leads. Again, I'll show you that in a moment. Now you might be thinking they're batteries, why are you soldering them in? Well, there's virtually no draw on those batteries. And to tell you the truth, these little old batteries, a lot of the times can be revived, and they come back to life. So there's a little bit of a trick to that. I'll make a video about that, and I'll show you how to bring little button cells back to life. Now the reason that I've replaced these here is because I plan on using this, and then I would like this to stay in service for years and years and years. So I just want to replace these with a known part that is very, very good quality. So little button cells that I replace them with are these ones right here. So they're little silver oxide button cells. And yeah, so that's how those are installed there. Now, of course, if you're going to go soldering any type of a battery, you're doing so at your own risk. I've been doing this for a long time, and I have a special procedure for doing that that works very, very well. These button cells, they get hot really, really quick, so you got to be careful with them or you'll destroy the button cell. Again, if you're going to solder any batteries, be careful, and you're doing so at your own risk. There's one here and one here. As you can see, all new caps are installed, and the chassis itself has got lots and lots of space in it once everything is optimized. The new filter capacitors are right here. So you can see these two holes. These are for the existing filter capacitors that are just basically, you know, the dummy capacitors. They just fill the holes. So I left these open here. I haven't put them back in yet. Reason being is when I'm working on the chassis, having those two capacitors protrude from the top side of the chassis really limits what I can do with this. Again, if I lay this backwards to work on it, it lays on the capacitors, so it actually puts weight on the caps. So I wanted to keep them out this way. It sits flush on the back side of the chassis, and everything is okay. So I don't need to go about basically breaking the threads off of those capacitors. This is pretty heavy, especially with that 25 and 60 cycle transformer right over here. So as you can see, the wiring has been all cleaned up. All of the filament leads are twisted together, and they're running in the corner of the chassis. And over to this point here, this is the tie point for all the filaments. The factory filament leads that are this cloth type wiring is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that wiring. So I left the factory filament leads in, and that's pretty much the only wiring aside from the transformer. And just some slight, odd pieces of wire, basically single wire in the actual oscillator and antenna assembly. That's it. There's really everything has been replaced. The wiring in the transformers, as you know, has all been replaced. The new IF transformers are installed. I've installed a few more decoupling capacitors in here in places that they should actually have been from the factory. I think the person that worked on this radio or that put it together, maybe her name was Gail. It looks like Gail to me. And the other radio chassis, which I have as well, I thought, hey, I wonder if there's something written the same in that chassis, and there's the same name written in the other chassis as well. So maybe this was a person on the assembly line. I'm not sure, but really neat. At any rate, so I wanted to leave that in there. I didn't want that to go away. It's kind of neat to see. So it was very common for people on the production line way back when to sign their name in the chassis when it was done. Now, where else can I? There's so many things here. So standoffs installed here. Again, decoupling caps. This here is another binding post that I'm going to be using for this right here, which will be the iTube driver. So this will fit in here, and I can just run the components off of this. So that's the reason I ran the B+ line over here. All the factory colors are correct. So basically what they were, aside from some slight changes, they had a green wire running up to, this is the negative supply for the grid of the 6F6. I made that blue. It was green. So just to make it stand out from the rest of them. So that runs up over here. This sets the bias for the 6F6, which will have to be checked to make sure that the 6F6 is within operating parameters. So I imagine these are very close to the factory values, but I definitely want to double check that. Now, you'll notice that if you're going to ever restore a radio like this, you'll notice that most of these old radios, they have 110, 115, something like that, sometimes 118, 117, they have all sorts of different voltage ratings. So you'll notice that the voltages are a little bit higher, and the little bit of difference is not going to be any big issue. So if it's a 6.3 volt filament, you might be up to 6.4, 6.5, something like that. And if you have really, really old dudes in a radio receiver that are just a little bit tired because they've been around since 1930, the extra 0.2 of a volt will light them up just a little bit more and give you more emission. So it's kind of a bonus. You get a little bit more higher B+ out of them. Usually not too incredibly much, but you get a little bit higher B+ out of a radio receiver that's say 117, 118, and it's running at 120, something like that. So you get a little bit more voltage there. Let's see, what else can I tell you? A bunch of capacitors were replaced in this assembly here. I replaced this cap here on the, this is the mid band here. So there's a kind of the broadcast band, there's a mid band, and then there's a high frequency band. So this is one that goes to 5 megahertz. This one here was very leaky. The mic on this as well. And I tested this one as well. I opened these up because if you recall earlier, there was one of these that I found that was bad. I figured, I better test the rest of them. And in that, I found a mistake in this assembly from the factory. How I know this is that the lug wasn't even soldered. It was still folded over. So I don't know if they all put the chassis together, and usually these are all put together in different areas, right? So this assembly would be put in, and then somebody wire the chassis, and maybe another person makes the tuning assembly on top, things like that, right? But whoever was doing this assembly here completely forgot to solder something. So the highest band that goes up to 17.5 megahertz could not be aligned. It would just be static. You could do anything you want with the aligner. It was completely disconnected. So I was very thorough about checking this before I put this back in, because you know what kind of disassembly this would be, and the screws on the top side are hiding under the tuning assembly. So I wanted to make sure all the caps and everything were okay. So I spent a lot of time doing that, because the last thing I want to do is undo these and take that whole tuning assembly off again to get to this. What a nightmare that would be. So yeah, tab was folded over, like it was tinned. So it wasn't even soldered, just folded over and tinned right down in here. So I had to move this coil out of the way and get way down under here, and you can just barely see here. There's a braid. Let's see if I can point to this. Right here, I'm touching the braid right now, not this braid right here that runs down to this tab on the capacitor. It's a tab that looks like this. No soldering whatsoever. So it was completely just dry sitting there. It was tinned, but still folded over. So this radio from 1938 could never have been aligned on the 17.5 megahertz scale. So, and of course I'll have to do the alignment and everything when I power this up for the first time. To try and get a bit of signal out of this, I'd like to do a pre-alignment so that I can put this tube back in here, that the driver tube, and get the iTube working, and then in the end I'll do a final alignment on the IF and everything like that. So in a moment here, we'll power this up, and we'll see what happens after all of this work. What else can I tell you about this? Just so many things. I mean, it's just so much time. I moved grounds around, try and make things a little bit closer to the socket, a little bit better for RF reasons. The antenna looks like the antenna transformer that's on the front here looks like it's in a notch filter configuration. So what we'll do is we'll check that. And if it's, if the notch is bad, I don't want to use it. I have a feeling it's going to be. A lot of these older radio receivers, they had notch filters in the antenna section. Reason being is because way back when in these days, there were some maritime frequencies that were used very close to the IF. And if the IF of the receiver was out a little bit, like say 456, like this is, because back in the day, 455 had writes on it, so nobody could use 455. So they went up 1 kilocycle. So if, say, another receiver that was very close is at 455, this is 456, that's 1,000 cycles apart, you're going to get a tone. So things like that. So they wanted to make sure that absolutely nothing would get picked up by the antenna, that this thing would not hear any of those frequencies. And that's one of the very, it's a common thing that they did back then, that they put notch filters in the antenna, and it looks like that's in a notch configuration. Why do I want to eliminate that? Because usually the notch isn't all that sharp, and what ends up happening is it'll affect the low end of the AM broadcast band. All right, so I want to use this thing for listening to AM broadcast DX, like distance stations. So skip conditions, that is going to add some, I guess you could say, attenuation at the bottom end of the band. So I definitely don't want that. So chances are that will just be left alone. I might just put the cap on the top, maybe put the transformer in there and just not wire it up. Another thing I'm thinking of is I have the jack here, I think. Do I? I thought I did. Maybe I don't. I thought I did. Anyways, what I was thinking of is because way back when, they just had 2 wires that came off the front, and they're basically not even twisted together. They're just 2 wires, and they were designed to go to a long wire antenna, something like that. Now, here's something for you that restore these radios, and I get lots and lots of noise into your radio receiver. I get lots and lots of questions about this here and on Patreon, and people say, I'm trying to listen to this neat old AM radio, and all I hear is this horrible buzzing noise. Well, the problem is that households nowadays are full of switch mode power supplies. They're in everything, right? Because they save space, and nowadays they're cheap to make. So they're in everything from lamps to computer power supplies to even like smaller wall warts, everything like that. They're all switch mode, and switch mode power supplies are usually oscillating in say anywhere between 75 and maybe 1 megahertz, something like that. So what ends up happening is because they have square waves inside them, right? It's a square wave oscillator. They create tons of harmonics, and those harmonics are often heard by these receivers. You get a loud buzz or whine or hiss. Sometimes they're pulsing. A lot of the switch mode power supplies, when they have no load, will try and start continually. So they'll sit and they'll just kind of go bzz, 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 bzz. And you'll hear that in the radio receiver because they're continually trying to look for a load to start properly. All sorts of things. So what I'm trying to get at is the old antenna system was exposed, and it was just 2 wires. You had an earth ground or antenna ground, and then you had the antenna hot lead. So in order to keep things quiet nowadays, the best thing to do is to run coax out and get the coax away from your house, and then you have your long wire a ways away, so it's shielded right up to the wire, right up to the actual long wire antenna. That's what I do with all the receivers here. I run them on coax to a long wire antenna, and by doing that, you can get rid of all of that buzz. I'll demonstrate. I'll hook that up later, and I'll just disconnect the shield, all right? And I'll let you hear how incredibly bad it is in here. You know how much test equipment's in here. So as you can see in the intro shot, I'm surrounded by. There's switch mode power supply everywhere. It's just incredible. Even the monitor that I'm using that's right in front of me right now for videoing makes an incredible amount of noise in these old radio receivers. So the bottom line is what I want to do is I'm going to run some coax on the inside of the chassis, and there's a hole here that just does nothing. It's just here from the factory. You know what? A small BNC barrel fits in this perfectly. You can just poke it right in here, just like this, put the nut on and run the coax over, either way around the chassis, whatever way I choose, up to here, and then what I'm going to do is just feed the signal through a blocking capacitor. The reason I want a blocking capacitor on that is just in case anything ever does go wrong with the wire antenna, it will block any DC, and it will also limit the current if there's AC applied to it as well. It was very common. These are the antenna coils, and these are the oscillator coils, okay? So what happens is when you're on the broadcast band, this is the broadcast oscillator, and this is the broadcast antenna coil, okay? So this antenna coil is just connected directly to the chassis via this ribbon, and then it connects right to this post. So if any kind of AC or DC with just even the smallest amount of current comes across it, it'll blow the little wires off of this antenna coil, and you have an open antenna coil, and this is so common now. So I've seen so many radio receivers with open antenna coils. So by putting a blocking capacitor here that'll block DC and limit the AC current if anything's happening, that this will be continually protected, so nothing will ever happen to this. And especially down the road, like I've had this radio receiver for quite some time. All right, so down the road, if this radio goes to somebody else, all right, this way it's completely protected and it's very, very dependable, right? Whenever I work on anything, I want everything to be the best. I want it to be as dependable as possible. Everything's a balance, how far you go, right? So anyways, so this is the broadcast band, and then the second band, when you click the switch, goes click to these two here. So this is a band that goes to 5 megacycles right here. So antenna coil, oscillator coil, and then click one more time, and this is the highest frequency right here. So this is the highest frequency oscillator coil and the highest frequency antenna coil right here. How can I tell this just by looking at these coils without even tracing any wires out? Well, it's very simple. The coil with the least amount of wiring on it is the highest band. All right, so the higher you go in frequency, the less wire that's wound on the form. So the second one down is this one here. All right, so this has got the second, I guess, least amount of wiring on it. This, yeah, I guess looking at going this way, the least amount of wiring, and then this one here has the most. So the most wire is the lowest frequency. So if you have a bunch of coils on a switch, and you can really see the number of turns difference just by looking at it, this is very noticeable. You can tell what the bands are, and you can even tell the antenna coils the same way just by looking at that. So remember, low frequencies, more wire. High frequencies, less wire. Same thing goes for transformers. High frequencies, less core, less wire. Lower frequencies, more core, more wire, okay? Because you have a bigger core, there's more wire wrapping around it, right? Whereas if you have a switch mode power supply, it's much smaller, right? And you have a lot less wire wound around that little core because it's working at a higher frequency. Okay, pardon cheeky radio, because this is just bouncing on one corner of the dial frame here. And there is no glass in that dial frame while I'm doing this because it's very dangerous to have that dial glass in there. So, one move and that dial glass cracks. It's a very, very sensitive thing to be working with. And after all the movement I've done, you should see the frame. It's bent back a little bit because of just all the chassis movements. I'll have to bend that straight again. It's just stuff that you just can't avoid by this amount of work. So this here is the IF transformer lead from one stage, and then from the next stage, we have this feedback path that runs here, and that's the gimmick capacitor wound right around that wire. Now, the wire is spaced away from the wall of the radio, and it's in free space here. It's not around any other wiring to get the most amount of coupling and to basically get rid of any issues. You can see that this area is completely cleaned up. The cleaner the area, and I guess you could say the more the signal leads run across the chassis and they're close to the chassis, the less chance you have of the IF section breaking into oscillation. So this is all just good design practice. That's all that is. So when I was changing this all around, I could move all of this stuff here. Just like get this lamp out of the way here, and get this one in here so that we can see what's going on. Pardon the noise. All that. There we go. So it's just good design practice, and when you're going through this, you want to clean things up the best you can. Now, keep in mind, way back in the day, they had lots of very large components, so it was harder to optimize these things. Nowadays, the components are so small, and you see the capacitors here, they're very, very small, and they can be very easily tucked into place now. Even the filter caps, which are right here, are very, very small. They're just on this little terminal tie strip here. It really cleans things up. See how much space there is in the radio receiver. Let's see if we can show you that mistake. There's the braid right down in there. That little piece of braid looks a little different than the rest of them. So move the focus on that. Okay, there we go. And hold that steady right there. The braid right underneath that black wire. That's the lead to that capacitor that wasn't hooked up. So it's just, hold on. Sorry about cheeky radio again. It's just one hand and it's balancing on the corner here. So right here, this is the braid. This is the tab that was folded down. So this was folded right up against that little piece right here that you see. So I had to move wiring out of the way and then fold this up. So it required the removal of this coil here to connect that to this point here on the switch right here. So there would have been absolutely no alignment on the upper band, which would have been an absolute pain. So usually what I do is I clip one of my test leads. My signal, the pickup lead for the SA goes to this point. So what I do is I put this around here like so. Just like that, all right? See, a little piece of pipe is now on there, right? And then what I do is I take an alligator clip from one of my protection device boxes, and it's also an attenuator, and I clip it to that so that it doesn't damage the wire because the alligator clips have got the teeth on them, right? And they'll dig into the wire. So I clip it to this little piece of fibrous tubing here, and that capacitively couples to the detector lead, and the signal comes off of this and goes into the SA. So that's where I'm picking the signal off, and if I turn this back over again, let's turn this around, the signal is injected from the tracking generator right onto this right here. So again, I'll put another piece. This is just here to cover the soldering connections to basically dress things up. This here is a piece of Teflon coax now, by the way, with some dress on it so that you can't see the Teflon. And I'll talk about that in a moment. So what I'll do is I will get another little piece of this and just put it around here and then clip the tracking generator little protection box onto this right here, and it'll inject signal right into the grid of the tube, and then it'll go directly through this. Acts as a bit of a buffer, it goes through the stage, and it gets picked up at that detector wire, the green detector wire there. So let's see. This here is some Teflon coax. I don't know if I have any of that around. I'm just going to set this back. As you can see, no valve glass yet. So back here, and yes, I do have a little little tail that was left over. So this is the Teflon coax that I use. Now the nice thing about this is you can solder this and nothing will ever melt. So I can solder this to areas, and you can even solder the braid along pieces, the internal pieces of the chassis. You can solder this in different spots if you want. It's a nice thing about using that. Well, this is a piece of Teflon coax here, and the semiconductor is very small. So what I do is after the shield is tied to the chassis, and the shield runs up to here and it's trimmed off. Okay, so the shield is just up to this point right here. And then after that, there is some heat shrink tubing that goes over the end of the shield all the way to the center conductor that's up to here. So there's two pieces of heat shrink tubing under here to make it more rigid, because that's a very thin little Teflon wire in the middle, and that's soldered to here. So by doing that, it's rigid like the rest of the wire, so it won't break. Now mind you, this stuff is very flexible, and I use really high quality stuff, but it's always nice to have that. And the lead is long enough so that you can put the tube in. So let's just put this down here, move this over. So you can put the tube in right here, which is a 6F5, like that, and then you can just press that down, and as you can see, there's enough that you can comfortably remove it, and there's not too much that it's got a big bow in it or anything like that, right? So that worked out very well. That out of the way. So going back to the bottom side of the chassis here again, let's see, move this around. That big transformer sure makes things awkward. Heavy chassis. Turn this upside down like so. So that piece of coax, back this out here a little bit. A piece of coax runs up through that hole in the chassis and it's soldered right here to a lug. And then I put some more of this fibrous tubing over top, and then it just solders over into here where it's the the signal goes into the grid, right? So it has to go through a bias cell, and then it goes into the grid. So they're giving the tube a little bit of bias from the battery. Now these batteries will again virtually they never go bad. There's no current around them, right? It's like a battery in the gate line of effect. There is no current on there. There's no load basically. It's the same thing with a vacuum tube. So the batteries they last an extremely long time. I expect these just to last the term. They're sealed up very well. So the way that they're put together is much better than a normal button cell. So those batteries that I showed you are very high quality. They're kind of pricey, but it's worth it if you don't want to go back into the radio receiver again. So that's that. There's so many little things I could spend, talking about the time. As you can see, I replaced the braids here, right? There was copper strapping here, but I wanted to solder in some new braid because that copper strapping was pretty mangled. So I guess throughout time it's been, handled pretty rough. I used the same wire that they used. Basically, it's a shielded wire that runs up to the controls up here. You can see that runs up here. I left the factory tape up here. I wanted to see how they had shielded this inside, so I took the tape off. You can't really see. Can you see here? Yeah, I took the tape off, and there's a piece of heat shrink tubing here. That's this is some heat shrink that I put back on here to replace the tape. And then, of course, there's heat shrink tubing at the ends of all this cloth wire that's been installed. You can see that there's some heat shrink tubing at the end because this stuff likes to fray. So by doing that, it just allows you to work with it, and the wire doesn't fray, and it just stays good. Let's see, what else there's a little bit better view of that switch. So the little contacts. The tension of this has to be set. So basically you set this down in the middle so that there's a little contact there. It sits flush in the middle and just give it just a touch of pressure and then tighten up one of the little set screws here, and you can move it around to make sure that it aligns correctly with these little contacts here. And then of course what happens is that once it comes to the contact, it rides up on the contact, so it puts more pressure on there. So there isn't a whole lot of pressure. It's kind of again a balance. Because if there's too much pressure, of course, it wants to stay in the middle, right? You find it kind of a detent in the middle, so you want to make sure that it actually finds it uses this here. This you can see a little cam in here with a little ball, so that it actually uses that, so you can feel it. And so you don't want to be feeling that portion, the center portion. You want to be feeling it when it actually goes into the band position, right? So if you push this too tight down there, it'll override this, and it kind of aligns to the center of the little contacts. Something you learn as you're going through this and setting up the tension and everything. I think that's about it. I guess pretty much all. So now what I'm going to do is turn this over carefully, grab the transformer here, and what I'm going to do is put those tubes back in. Turn this chassis around. Yeah, be careful the way you grab. These are the IF transformers are very soft metal on them, and they are metal, they're not aluminum, and they're very soft, so you definitely don't want to be pinching these things because they will dent and they will stay that way. Just from tightening them in just a little bit, you can see it puts a bit of a twist on these, and that's the way they are from the factory. They have a bit of a twist, so you need to tighten these down so that they're solid to the chassis. This one here actually has a ground through the case. So for the feedback winding on this transformer here, there is a what's called a ground that you can't really see on the bottom, but there's a ground that grounds through this case. So it's important that everything is nice and tight on the chassis, things like that. You see the alignment tools, you can see how that one screw, if something was wrong with this, that screws under this platform. So you're just going at that point, you're going, oh no. So you want to make sure everything is done correctly. There's the other screw on the other side there, and the other one is, as you can see, it's hidden under the platform as well. So getting to the alignment points in this will be fun, because these are 1/4-inch alignments, and you gotta keep in mind, it's 1938, so what is the term for the alignment tools? UG smash. I think that's the term for the tool. So it's basically a 1/4-inch socket down in here, and I can give it a turn, and that's the way that these things align. So there's no finesse in this alignment here at all. So another thing I'd like to say about this radio receiver too is you got to keep in mind that the radio receiver is neat. The dial on this is it's an absolutely beautiful dial. That's the only reason I put the time into this receiver is because that dial. That's it. One of the nicest radio dials I've seen. And as you can see, as I was talking about, see this here? See that? That's very simple. You can just grab this and give it a bit of a push, and it straightens right up. So that's because of the weight of the transformer, right? On that, see that? Just about straight now. So not a big deal. But if you were to tighten the dial glass down into this and not realize that, the dial glass, you put a crack in it right away. So what I do is I'll run a ruler across this in all directions and make sure that it's absolutely flat before I set the dial glass down on it, because again, I don't want to destroy that. Anyway, back to the thing here. So the dial on this is absolutely beautiful, and it's the only reason I put the time into this. Now you got to keep in mind